Hey guys! Tonight we begin a journey into the darkest corners of medieval castles, where stone walls stood 30 feet thick, where iron gates could withstand armies, where moats stretched wide enough to swallow horses whole. And yet, despite all this fortress might, the most dangerous threat was never the army camped outside. It was the servant pouring wine at dinner, the guard standing watch at midnight, the physician offering medicine with a gentle smile. Tonight, we will explore the chilling truth. In medieval courts, you were safest from strangers and most vulnerable to those you trusted. So before we step through these ancient gates together, I would love it if you could take just a moment to subscribe to the channel and give this video a like, but only if the story truly speaks to you. And I am curious, where are you watching from right now? Your bedroom? A quiet corner somewhere far from home? Drop a comment and let me know. I always love hearing where our paths cross. Now dim those lights, maybe turn on a soft fan for that gentle background hum, and let us walk together into the shadows of history. Imagine, if you will, a cold December morning in the year 1170. Canterbury Cathedral in England. The air smells of incense and stone. Thomas Becket, the Archbishop of Canterbury, kneels in prayer. He is not just any religious figure. He was once the best friend of King Henry II, a man who laughed at the king's jokes, who hunted beside him, who shared his wine and his secrets. But friendship between powerful men is a fragile thing, and now that friendship has turned to bitter conflict. King Henry, frustrated and furious with Becket's defiance, utters words that will echo through history. The exact phrase is debated. Some say it was, "Will no one rid me of this turbulent priest?" Others claim it was, "What miserable drones and traitors have I nourished in my house, that they let their lord be treated with such shameful contempt?" But the meaning is clear. 4 knights, Reginald Fitzurse, Hugh de Morville, William de Tracy, and Richard le Breton hear these words, and they understand what is expected. They do not wait for written orders. They do not ask for clarification. They ride to Canterbury. They enter the cathedral, and there, in the holy sanctuary where Becket believed he would be safe, they cut him down with their swords. Blood spreads across the stone floor. Monks scream and scatter. And in that moment, a truth becomes horrifyingly clear. Even in the house of God, even surrounded by witnesses, a man can be murdered when powerful people want him dead. Now, you might think this is a story about religious conflict or political power, and yes, it is those things, but it is also something more fundamental. It is a story about the paradox at the heart of medieval life. The very structures built to protect, castles with their massive walls, courts with their armed guards, palaces with their elaborate protocols. These same structures created intimate spaces where betrayal could flourish. The closer someone was to power, the easier it became to destroy that power from within. Let us consider the architecture of safety in the medieval world. A castle was not just a building, it was a statement. Those walls, sometimes 30 feet thick at the base, were saying, "We are untouchable." The moats, the drawbridges, the murder holes built into the gateways, all of it was designed to keep danger outside. Guards patrolled the battlements day and night. Watchmen rang bells at the first sign of approaching armies. Entire communities could shelter behind those walls during sieges that lasted months. And yet, for all this impressive defense, the medieval chronicles are filled with stories of rulers who died not from arrows shot over walls, but from poison in their wine. Not from battering rams breaking gates, but from daggers wielded by their own guards. The fortress that promised absolute protection often became a cage where danger lived inside the walls. Consider the story of Godfrey the Hunchback, Duke of Lower Lorraine. The year is 1076. Godfrey is a powerful nobleman, husband to Matilda of Tuscany, who controlled vast territories across Italy. Now, the marriage was not happy. In fact, it was spectacularly unhappy. After 3 years, Matilda would not even allow Godfrey into her presence. Imagine being so rejected by your spouse that she will not look at you. Godfrey, humiliated and isolated, returns to his own lands in Lorraine. He lives in a castle, surrounded by guards, protected by walls. He should be safe. But here is where the story takes a turn that would be almost funny if it were not so gruesome. One night, Godfrey needs to use the latrine, the medieval toilet, essentially a hole in a stone seat that dropped waist down a shaft to the outside of the castle walls. He goes alone. Why would he bring guards to the bathroom? And there, in that most private and vulnerable moment, an assassin is waiting. Now, different chroniclers tell this story in different ways. Some say the assassin hid in the small latrine chamber itself. Others, and this is the truly horrifying version, say that the killer actually climbed up the waste shaft from outside the castle and waited inside the pit itself, standing in sewage for hours until Godfrey sat down. Then, with a spear or a sword, the assassin struck upward. Let that image settle in your mind for a moment. A castle with walls and gates and guards. A nobleman who survived battles and political intrigue, and he dies in the bathroom, killed by someone who literally climbed through a sewer to reach him. The accounts agree that the assassination was ordered by Godfrey's enemies in Holland and Flanders. Matilda was not involved, though rumours swirled, but the method itself reveals something profound. No space in a medieval castle was truly safe. Not the bedroom, not the chapel, and certainly not the latrine. This was not an isolated incident. Throughout medieval Europe, the bathroom became a surprisingly common site for assassination attempts. Why? Because it was the one place where even the most paranoid ruler would go alone, where armour was removed, where guards stood outside. It was a moment of absolute vulnerability in an otherwise protected life. But the paradox goes even deeper than architectural weaknesses. The real danger was not the building itself, but the human beings required to maintain power. Think about it this way. A medieval king could not rule alone. He needed hundreds of people, servants to prepare his food, bodyguards to protect him, advisors to counsel him, physicians to treat his illnesses, priests to hear his confessions. Every single one of these individuals had access to his food, to his chambers, to his routines, to his secrets, and every single one represented a potential threat. The more powerful you became, the more people you had to trust, and the more people you trusted, the more opportunities existed for betrayal. It is a mathematical problem with no solution. You cannot rule in isolation, but you cannot trust everyone around you. Medieval rulers lived in this constant state of tension, always wondering, which of my trusted companions might be plotting against me right now? Let us travel now to the year 1192, to the Holy Land during the Crusades. Conrad of Montferrat has just been elected as the new King of Jerusalem. This is the culmination of years of military and political maneuvering. He has fought battles, negotiated alliances, survived the brutal politics of Crusader states. Just days ago, he was simply a powerful nobleman. Now he is a king. The future stretches before him. On April the 28th, Conrad dines with the Bishop of Beauvais. It is a pleasant evening. Good food, good conversation, the satisfaction of achieving the crown. After dinner, Conrad decides to take a walk through the streets. He's in a good mood. A chronicler named Ambroise describes him as happy and in good spirits. Perhaps he's thinking about his coronation. Perhaps he's planning his reign. We will never know because he will not live to see morning. As Conrad walks, 2 young men approach. They are not wearing cloaks. This detail appears in multiple accounts, and it is significant. In medieval times, people used cloaks to conceal weapons. These men are not hiding anything. They look ordinary, non-threatening. And then, in an instant, they are running toward Conrad with knives in their hands. They stab him repeatedly as he falls. One of the assassins is killed immediately by Conrad's guards. The other tries to take sanctuary in a church, but he's dragged out and killed as well. Who sent these assassins? The evidence points to the Nizari Ismailis, a Shia sect based in Syria and Persia. They were known by a name that has survived into modern English, the Hashishin. Yes, this is where we get the word assassin. The Hashishin had a fearsome reputation across the medieval world. They were patient. They would wait months, even years, for the perfect opportunity. They would study their targets' routines, learn their vulnerabilities, and then strike with sudden, shocking violence. But here is what made them truly terrifying. They struck in public. Conrad was not killed in his bedroom or in some dark alley. He was murdered on a city street after dinner with a bishop in a moment when he felt safe and happy. The message was clear. No one is safe, not in private, not in public, not ever. The Hashishin understood something that medieval rulers feared. Physical security is an illusion. You can build walls, hire guards, test your food, and you might survive. But you will never be certain. You will never know which smiling face hides a killer's intent. And that uncertainty, that constant low-level fear, is almost as damaging as the assassination itself. Now, you might be wondering, did medieval people recognize this paradox? Did they understand that their castles, for all their strength, could not protect them from insider threats? The answer is yes, absolutely yes, and their responses reveal just how deep the paranoia ran. The protocols for protecting a medieval monarch were extraordinarily elaborate. We will explore these in much more detail in our next segment, but for now, consider this. King Henry VIII of England employed 200 people just in his kitchens at Hampton Court Palace. 200 people touching his food before it reached his mouth. Cooks, scullery maids, stewards, carvers, porters, bakers, butchers, gardeners, delivery men who brought ingredients through multiple gates and checkpoints. Every single one of them had an opportunity, however small, to add something deadly to the royal meal, and Henry knew it. Everyone knew it. Which is why the process of serving food to royalty became an elaborate ritual of testing and verification. Food tasters would sample every dish, not just a polite bite, but a substantial amount. Servants would kiss the plates and cups they had touched. The king's pillows would be kissed by the gentlemen of the bedchamber to prove they had not been poisoned. Even the water used to wash the king's hands had to be tested by pouring it over a servant's hands first to ensure it would not burn or poison the skin. Think about what this means. Every meal became a ceremony of suspicion. Every moment of rest required proof of safety. Imagine living like that. Imagine waking up each morning knowing that breakfast cannot be eaten until multiple people have risked their lives sampling it first. Imagine never being able to trust the cup of water on your bedside table. The castle walls might keep out armies, but they cannot keep out the subtle poison, the quiet dagger, the trusted friend who has been bought by your enemies. And perhaps the cruelest irony of all is this. The very measures taken to ensure safety often made rulers more isolated, more paranoid, and more vulnerable. The more you surround yourself with guards and protocols, the less you connect with the human beings around you. And the less you connect with them, the easier it becomes for them to see you not as a person, but as a symbol, something to be protected, manipulated, or destroyed depending on their interests. There is a moment in many of these assassination stories that haunts me. It is the moment of recognition. When Thomas Becket sees the four knights entering the cathedral with drawn swords, he knows. When Conrad of Montferrat sees the two young men running toward him with knives, he knows. When Godfrey the hunchback realizes there is someone in the latrine with him, he knows. In that instant, all the walls and guards and precautions collapse into nothing. The betrayal is complete, and there is nothing to be done. The medieval world understood something we sometimes forget in our modern age. Trust is the foundation of civilization, and also its greatest vulnerability. We must trust the people who grow our food, who guard our homes, who treat our illnesses. We have no choice, and that necessary trust creates opportunities for those who would exploit it. The castle, with all its stone strength and military might, stands as a monument to this paradox. It says, "I am strong, I am protected, nothing can touch me." And yet inside those walls, kings and queens ate carefully tested food, slept with guards outside their doors, and still died from poison and daggers wielded by people they thought they could trust. The fortress could not protect them. Nothing could protect them. Because the real threat was never outside the walls, it was inside. It always had been. So as you drift towards sleep tonight, think about those medieval rulers lying in their beds, surrounded by guards, protected by walls, and still afraid. Think about the cook in the kitchen, the guard at the door, the physician mixing medicine. Think about how thin the line is between protector and threat, between loyal servant and hidden enemy. The medieval world knew this fear intimately. They built castles to escape it, and they died inside those castles anyway, betrayed by the very people meant to keep them safe. But our journey through these shadows has only just begun. We have explored the paradox of the fortress, how walls cannot stop betrayal. Yet we have not fully examined the human beings who lived inside those walls. The servants, the guards, the physicians, the hundreds of people required to maintain royal power, each one a potential ally, each one a potential assassin. In our next part, we will step deeper into the castle's heart and meet the invisible army that surrounded medieval rulers, the people they could not live without and could not fully trust. So rest now if you can. Let these stories settle into your thoughts like dust on old stone. And when you're ready, we will continue our walk through these dangerous halls, where every smile might hide a threat, and every gesture of loyalty could be a prelude to murder. The castle awaits, and so do the secrets it guards. We have spoken of walls and weapons, of castles built to withstand armies, but now let us turn our attention to something more dangerous than stone fortifications or iron gates. Let us look at the people. The hundreds, sometimes thousands of human beings required to keep a medieval court functioning. The invisible army that woke before dawn to light fires, that stood watch through the night, that prepared meals and carried messages and guarded doors. These were the people a ruler could not live without, and these were the people who at any moment could become assassins. Picture, if you will, Hampton Court Palace in the reign of Henry VIII. The year is somewhere in the 1530s. The sun has not yet risen, but the kitchens are already alive with activity. 200 people work in these kitchens alone, not in the entire palace, mind you, but just in the spaces dedicated to preparing food. 200 individuals, each with their own hands touching ingredients, stirring pots, carrying dishes through corridors, cooks sweating over open fires, scullery maids scrubbing pots until their fingers are raw, stewards overseeing the preparation of each course, carvers learning the precise art of slicing meat for the royal table, porters hauling provisions through multiple gates and checkpoints. And among these 200 people, how many does the king truly know? How many could he recognize by face, by name? Perhaps a dozen, perhaps fewer. The rest are strangers who happen to be employed in his household, strangers who prepare the food that will enter his body. And any one of them, any single person in that kitchen, could slip something deadly into a sauce, a pastry, a cup of wine. One moment of distraction, one bribed cook, one servant nursing a grievance. That is all it would take. This was not paranoia. This was mathematics. The larger your household, the greater your power, yes, but also the more opportunities existed for betrayal. Every additional servant increased both your ability to function and your vulnerability to attack. Medieval rulers understood this equation intimately. They felt it every time they sat down to eat. Let us travel now to the year 978, to a place called Corfe Castle in Dorset, England. The stone fortress sits on a hill, commanding views of the surrounding countryside. Inside, a young woman named Elfthryth lives with her son Ethelred. Elfthryth is not the queen, but she was married to the previous king. Her stepson Edward currently wears the crown. He is perhaps 16 or 17 years old. Accounts vary. Young certainly, inexperienced. Now the relationship between Edward and his stepmother appears cordial on the surface. There is tension, of course. There always is when succession is involved. Ethelred, Elfthryth's son, represents an alternative claim to the throne. Some nobles prefer him, some prefer Edward. But outwardly the family maintains civility. They exchange messages, they observe the proper courtesies, and on March 18th, 978, King Edward decides to visit his stepmother and half-brother at Corfe Castle. Imagine Edward's thoughts as he rides toward the castle that day. Perhaps he's trying to build bridges with his family. Perhaps he simply wants to maintain appearances. Medieval kingship required constant displays of unity, of strength, of confidence. A king who fears his own relatives appears weak. So Edward rides to Corfe Castle, probably with a small escort, probably thinking this is just another diplomatic visit. As he approaches, Ethelred's retainers, the armed men who serve the young prince, ride out to meet the king. They show every sign of respect, they bow, they address him with proper titles. Everything appears normal. Edward begins to dismount from his horse, and in that moment, when his attention is divided between controlling the animal and greeting the retainers, they surround him, and they stab him to death. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, one of our primary sources for this period, records the event with stark brevity, but then it adds a line that echoes through the centuries. No worse deed for the English was ever done than this. Think about that statement. In a time of frequent violence, of battles and raids and blood feuds, this murder stands out as particularly heinous. Why? Because it violated the sacred bond of hospitality, because it was done by household guards, men whose job was to protect, not to kill, because it happened during a family visit that should have been safe. Now, here is what makes this story particularly relevant to our exploration. There is no clear evidence that Elfthryth or her son Ethelred ordered the assassination. The sources do not say, and the wicked stepmother commanded her guards to kill the king. And instead, we have this Jörgimumtöten situation where retainers, servants hounds to the household, took it upon themselves to eliminate a threat to their lord's potential claim to the throne. Perhaps they were acting on implicit instructions. Perhaps they were acting independently, believing they understood what their employers wanted. We will never know for certain, but this ambiguity is precisely the point. In a medieval household, the line between servant and independent actor could be terrifyingly thin. A ruler had to trust that their guards would protect them, but those same guards might have their own loyalties, their own ambitions, their own interpretations of what their lord needed. A careless word, "This king troubles me," might be taken as an instruction to murder. A moment of frustration, "If only Edward were not in the way," might inspire someone to remove the obstacle. King Edward was buried, the Chronicle tells us, with no royal honours. Within a month, Ethelred was crowned king. No one was punished for the crime, and Edward became a saint, Saint Edward the Martyr. His body allegedly found free from decay when it was reburied. The guilt had to go somewhere after all. If the living would not answer for the crime, then heaven would at least recognise the victim's innocence. But let us step back from this particular tragedy and consider the broader structure of medieval households. When we think of a king's court, we often imagine a handful of important nobles giving advice while the monarch makes grand decisions. But the reality was far more complex and far more populated. A medieval court was like a small city with hundreds of specialised roles. There were the obvious positions, the royal guards, the chamberlains, the stewards, but then there were the layers beneath. The grooms who cared for horses, the pages who carried messages, the laundresses who washed linens, the musicians who provided entertainment, the clerks who wrote letters, the chaplains who conducted services, the falconers who maintained hunting birds, the kennel masters who cared for dogs. Each role was necessary. Each person had access to some part of the ruler's life, and among these hundreds of people, certain individuals occupied positions of extraordinary privilege and danger. Consider the cupbearer, the person responsible for serving the king's wine. This was not a menial task given to just anyone. Throughout history, from ancient Persia to medieval Europe, the cupbearer was typically a nobleman, someone from a trusted family, someone whose loyalty had been proven. Why? Because the cupbearer handled every cup that reached the king's lips. They poured the wine, they often tasted it first. They stood close enough to hear private conversations. They were present at intimate moments of decision and vulnerability. In the biblical story of Nehemiah, we learn that he was cupbearer to the Persian king Artaxerxes. This position gave Nehemiah enough influence to request permission to rebuild Jerusalem, a request that was granted in part because the king trusted his cupbearer's judgment. That level of access meant power, and power, in the wrong hands, meant danger. The same principle applied to physicians. A medieval doctor had access that few others enjoyed. They examined the royal body, they prescribed treatments, they prepared medicines. They could order bloodletting, a common medical practice that involved deliberately cutting the patient to release bad blood. And if a physician wanted to kill rather than cure, the opportunity was always there. A little too much of this herb, a little contamination in that poultice. An accidental cut that went deeper than intended during bloodletting. And here is the truly chilling part. It was often impossible to distinguish between murder, malpractice, and simply bad luck. Medieval medicine was primitive by our standards. People died from treatments all the time. Physicians might genuinely believe they were helping while actually hastening their patient's death. So when a king died after taking medicine, was it assassination? Was it incompetence? Was it just the unfortunate reality of medieval healthcare? Usually, no one could say for certain. This uncertainty created its own kind of torture for medieval rulers. You could not refuse medical treatment when you were ill. That would be foolish and potentially fatal. But accepting treatment meant trusting someone with the power to kill you while claiming to heal you. And if the physician had been bribed by your enemies, if they bore a secret grudge, if they simply made an honest mistake that happened to end your life, you would be just as dead either way. Now you might think that surely the guards, the armed men whose literal job was to protect the king, surely they at least could be trusted. And yet, as we saw with King Edward the Martyr, guards could become assassins with terrifying ease. They carried weapons legally. They stood close to the ruler at all times. They knew the routines, the vulnerabilities, the moments when attention would be elsewhere. An assassin from outside the court would have to somehow acquire weapons, gain access, avoid suspicion, and escape afterward. A guard merely had to wait for the right moment and act. This is why medieval rulers spent so much effort trying to ensure the loyalty of their bodyguards. Henry VII of England, after winning the throne at the Battle of Bosworth Field in 1485, formally established the Yeomen of the Guard. These 50 men became the first official bodyguard unit, and their selection was meticulous. Henry chose men who had fought beside him in battle, men whose loyalty had been proven under fire, men who had risked their lives for him before he was king, and who therefore might be trusted to protect him now that he was. But even this was not foolproof. Loyalty can be purchased. Convictions can change. A guard who was loyal yesterday might be bribed today, or they might develop a grudge over some perceived slight, or they might simply decide that a different claimant to the throne would serve their interests better. Personal loyalty is wonderful until it is not, and you never know when the shift happens until it is too late. Let me share with you a detail that I find particularly haunting. When Henry VIII's son, Edward VI, was born, the king was overjoyed. After years of failed pregnancies and daughter here finally was a male heir. The succession was secure, but Henry was also terrified. Infant mortality was high in the 16th century, even among royalty, and beyond natural causes, there was always the possibility of deliberate harm. A baby cannot protect itself. A baby cannot identify threats. A baby is entirely dependent on the people around it. So Henry instituted a protocol. Every single item of food given to baby Edward had to be tasted first, and not just tasted, consumed in substantial quantities. The people testing the prince's food had to stuff their faces with milk, bread, meat, eggs, and butter before the child was allowed a spoonful. Imagine being a food taster for an infant. You're essentially eating multiple meals a day that are meant for a baby, just to ensure that they are safe. And if the food is poisoned, you die so the prince can live. That is your job. That is your purpose. This raises an uncomfortable question. What kind of person volunteers for such a position? Someone intensely loyal, perhaps. Someone who sees it as an honor to serve in this way. Or perhaps someone who simply needs the employment and has no better options. Medieval records do not usually tell us about the inner lives of servants. We know their positions, sometimes their names, but rarely their motivations or fears. They exist in the chronicles as functions, the food taster, the chamberlain, the guard, not as complete human beings with families and dreams and doubts, but they were human, every single one of them. And human beings can be influenced, corrupted, or simply broken by the right pressure. Imagine you are a servant in a medieval castle. You are paid modestly. You work long hours. You have a family somewhere, perhaps in a village nearby, perhaps far away, and one day someone approaches you, someone wealthy, someone powerful. They offer you money, more money than you would earn in years of service. All you have to do is add a powder to the king's wine, or leave a door unlocked at midnight, or look the other way at a crucial moment. Your family could be comfortable, your children could have opportunities you never had, all for one small action, one brief betrayal. What do you choose? And more importantly, how does the king know what you will choose? He cannot read your mind. He cannot see into your heart. He can only watch your actions and hope that your loyalty will hold. Medieval rulers lived in a constant state of this uncertainty. Every smile from a servant might be genuine, or it might be a mask. Every gesture of loyalty might be real, or it might be a performance while the person waits for the right opportunity to betray you. The tragedy is that this system was unavoidable. A ruler could not function alone. Even if you wanted to prepare your own food, guard your own door, care for your own horse, write your own letters, you would have no time to actually rule. Governance requires delegation. Power requires support systems, and support systems require trust. There is no way around it. So medieval courts developed elaborate rituals designed to minimize risk. Food would be tested multiple times by multiple people. Guards would be rotated so that no single individual was always in the same position. Servants would be observed by other servants, creating layers of surveillance. Visitors would be searched. Gifts would be examined carefully before being presented to the ruler. Every aspect of daily life became a choreographed performance of safety protocols. And yet people still died. Kings, queens, princes, nobles, they died from poison, from daggers, from mysterious illnesses that came on suddenly after a meal or a medical treatment. The protocols helped. They certainly helped. But they could not eliminate the fundamental vulnerability at the heart of medieval power, the need to trust people who might betray you. As you lie there listening to this, perhaps you are thinking about trust in your own life, the people you depend on, the colleagues who handle your work, the friends who know your secrets, the family members who have access to your home. We like to think that betrayal is rare, that most people are fundamentally good, that loyalty is the norm, and perhaps that is true, but the medieval world reminds us that trust is always a gamble. Most of the time you win. The people around you prove worthy of that trust. But sometimes when the stakes are high enough and the temptation is great enough, even the most loyal servant can become an enemy. The invisible army that surrounded medieval rulers was both their strength and their greatest weakness. These hundreds of servants made it possible to maintain power, to project authority, to function as a monarch. But each servant was also a potential threat, a possible assassin. A living reminder that walls and weapons cannot protect you from the person who pours your wine or prepares your dinner or stands guard outside your bedroom door. In the quiet darkness of a medieval castle, as the fires burned low and the household settled into sleep, rulers must have lain awake sometimes, wondering which servants could be trusted absolutely, wondering if the guard outside the door was truly loyal or merely waiting for the right price, wondering if tomorrow's breakfast would be safe or if this would be the day when someone's loyalty finally broke. That is the cost of power in a world where trust is necessary, but verification is impossible. You simply have to take the risk and hope. But there is one method of assassination we have not yet explored in detail, a method so common, so feared, and so difficult to prevent that it deserves its own examination. The silent killer that could be mixed into food, dissolved in wine, or absorbed through the skin. The weapon that left no visible wound but brought certain death. In our next part, we will explore the dark art of poison and the extraordinary measures medieval rulers took to avoid the golden cup that held not wine, but mortality itself. Stay with me. The shadows deepen, and the most dangerous weapon in the medieval arsenal awaits our attention. There is something uniquely terrifying about invisible death. A sword, at least, you can see coming. A dagger announces itself with the glint of steel. But poison? Poison is patient. Poison wears the face of hospitality. Poison arrives in a golden cup filled with the finest wine, or in a delicate pastry that smells of honey and cinnamon, or in the hands of a physician who promises relief from pain. And by the time you realize what has entered your body, it is often far too late to do anything but wait for the end. Medieval rulers feared poison above almost all other threats, and they were right to fear it, because unlike assassination by blade or arrow, poisoning required no physical strength, no military training, no courage in the moment of violence. A child could poison a king if they had access to the right substance and the right opportunity. An elderly servant, a timid courtier, anyone with a grudge and a connection to the royal kitchens could become a lethal threat. The weapon was democratic in the worst possible way. Let us begin with the death that shook the Roman world and established poison as the weapon of choice for ambitious killers. The date is October 13th in the year 54 of the Common Era. Emperor Claudius, ruler of Rome, sits down to dinner. He is in his 60s, not a young man by Roman standards, but still actively governing the empire. The meal includes a dish of mushrooms, a delicacy that Claudius particularly enjoys. The mushrooms have been prepared by someone who knows the emperor's tastes well. They are perfectly cooked. They smell wonderful. Claudius eats. Now, what happens next depends on which ancient source you consult. The historian Tacitus tells us that the mushrooms themselves contained the poison, and that the initial dose made Claudius ill but did not kill him immediately. So a backup plan was required. The emperor's physician, a man named Xenophon, approached with a feather, ostensibly to help Claudius vomit and feel better. But the feather had been dipped in additional poison. When it touched the back of Claudius's throat, the deed was done. Suetonius, another historian, mentions the poisoned mushrooms but suggests that a follow-up dose came via poisoned gruel. The details vary, but the conclusion remains the same. Claudius died from poison administered during a meal, almost certainly arranged by his wife Agrippina the Younger, who wanted to secure the throne for her son Nero. Several people were involved in this assassination. Halotus, Claudius's food taster, sampled the dish. Did the poison somehow not affect him? Was he part of the conspiracy? Was his portion not poisoned while the emperor's was? We do not know. What we do know is that the food taster, the person whose entire job was to protect Claudius from exactly this fate, failed, or perhaps succeeded, depending on whose orders he was following. This is the nightmare scenario that haunted medieval rulers centuries later. The food taster system should work. In theory, it is simple. Someone else eats your food first, and if they do not die, the food is safe. But in practice, this system has multiple vulnerabilities. The taster might be part of the conspiracy. The poison might be slow-acting, taking hours or even days to show symptoms, long after the food has been eaten by the intended victim. Or the poisoner might use a substance that requires a cumulative dose, small amounts over time that eventually prove fatal, but do not harm the person taking a single taste. Medieval physicians and scholars understood these dangers and wrote extensively about how to detect and prevent poisoning. In the year 1198, the great Jewish philosopher and physician Maimonides wrote a treatise on poisons for his employer, Sultan Saladin of Egypt and Syria. Saladin was a powerful military leader, but even military might could not protect against an invisible enemy slipped into food or drink. So Maimonides offered detailed advice. He emphasized that the person testing food should consume a substantial quantity, not merely a polite nibble. As Maimonides wrote, someone wanting to guard themselves against a suspected poisoner should not eat from his food until the suspect first eats a fair quantity from it. He should not be satisfied with eating only a mouthful, as I have seen done by the cooks of kings in their presence. This was practical wisdom born from observation. A clever poisoner could place the toxic substance in only certain portions of a dish, or could prepare food in layers so that a surface taste would reveal nothing while the interior held death. But what exactly were medieval poisoners using? What substances turned a meal into a murder weapon? The answer varies by region and time period, but several poisons appear repeatedly in historical records. Arsenic was perhaps the most popular, and for good reason. It is tasteless, or nearly so. It can be administered in small doses over time, causing symptoms that mimic natural illness, fever, stomach pain, weakness, making it nearly impossible to distinguish from diseases like dysentery or plague. A victim dying from arsenic poisoning might simply appear to be suffering from bad luck rather than bad intentions. Hemlock was another common choice. This plant contains toxins that cause progressive paralysis, starting with the legs and moving upward until the respiratory muscles fail. Socrates famously died from hemlock in ancient Greece, drinking it as his method of execution. But in medieval times, hemlock found less official uses. It acted quickly within hours, and was relatively easy to obtain if you knew which plants to gather. The downside from a poisoner's perspective was that the symptoms were distinctive. Progressive paralysis tends to make people suspicious. Then there was belladonna, also known as deadly nightshade. The berries look harmless, even attractive. Children sometimes ate them by accident, with fatal results. In the hands of someone knowledgeable, belladonna could be extracted and concentrated into drops that could be added to food or drink. The name belladonna means beautiful woman in Italian, reportedly because Renaissance women used diluted forms to dilate their pupils, which was considered attractive, but in sufficient quantity, it caused confusion, hallucinations, convulsions, and death. And then we come to mushrooms. Mushrooms. Here is where medieval poisoners had a particular advantage. Many edible mushrooms look remarkably similar to poisonous varieties. Even experienced foragers can make mistakes. So if someone died after eating mushrooms, was it deliberate poisoning? Was it an honest error by the cook? Was it simply bad luck? The ambiguity provided perfect cover. The death cap mushroom, for example, causes liver failure over several days. The victim might feel ill, then seem to recover briefly, then decline again before dying. This pattern made it even harder to connect cause and effect. Given all these threats, medieval courts developed increasingly elaborate protocols for food safety. We have touched on food tasters already, but the full ritual of a royal meal was extraordinarily complex. Let me walk you through what might happen during a banquet for an English monarch in the 15th century, based on descriptions from the installation feast of Archbishop George Neville of York in 1465. The process begins in the kitchen, before the food even leaves the cooking area. The sewer, a high-ranking servant responsible for overseeing meal service, approaches the dresser, where finished dishes wait. The sewer takes a sample, what they call an assay, from every single dish. This includes all soups, all mustards, all sauces. These samples are then given to the steward and to the cook himself to eat. Notice what is happening here. The people who prepared the food must eat it themselves. If the cook poisoned the soup, he would be poisoning himself. This creates a powerful disincentive. But we are not done. After this initial testing, the dishes are carried in procession to the royal dining chamber. They are placed on a piece of furniture called a credenza, a word that comes from the Italian credenza, meaning belief or trust. The credenza is essentially a testing station. Each servant who carried a dish must eat from that specific dish while standing at the credenza. Armed guards watch to ensure no unauthorized person approaches the food. Every cup of wine has drops poured into a special basin of assay and drunk by the server before the cup reaches the royal table. If a dish has a crust, like a meat pie, the taster must break the crust and dip bread into the food beneath it, then eat that bread. Why? Because a clever poisoner might leave the surface safe while poisoning the interior. Even the water used to wash the king's hands before and after eating had to be tested. A servant would pour some of the water over their own hands to ensure it would not burn or poison the skin. Imagine the logistics of this. Imagine the time required. A simple meal might take hours to serve because of all the testing and waiting. And imagine the psychological impact of eating this way day after day. Every meal is a reminder that someone might be trying to kill you. Every bite of food has been touched by multiple people, sampled by servants whose job is to die in your place if the food is poisoned. How do you develop an appetite in those circumstances? How do you enjoy anything when every meal is a potential crime scene? And yet, despite all these precautions, people still died. Consider the case of Baldwin III, King of Jerusalem in the year 1163. According to William of Tyre, a chronicler of the Crusader, states, Baldwin died after taking pills prescribed by his Syrian physician. Now, the physician was a Christian, not a Muslim, so this was not a matter of religious enmity in the midst of the Crusades. But William of Tyre suspected poison nonetheless. He reports that a dog who ate the pills also died, which certainly sounds suspicious. However, the physician was never arrested, never charged, never punished. Why? Probably because most people believe this was either malpractice or simply failed treatment, not deliberate murder. The king was already ill. The physician was trying to cure him. The cure failed. That happened constantly in medieval medicine. Without modern forensics, without the ability to analyze the pills and determine exactly what they contained, how could anyone prove intent to kill rather than intent to heal that went tragically wrong? This is what made medical poisoning so insidious. Physicians had to administer powerful substances to their patients. That was their job. Herbs and minerals that could heal in small doses could kill in large ones. A physician could deliberately overdose a patient and claim it was an honest mistake. Or they could provide a treatment that they knew would fail while appearing to do everything possible. The line between healer and killer blurred in ways that made both patients and physicians nervous. King Mithridates VI of Pontus, who ruled parts of what is now Turkey from approximately 120 to 63, before the Common Era, became obsessed with poison. He lived in constant fear of assassination through toxic substances, so he decided to do something radical. He would make himself immune. He began taking small doses of various poisons, gradually increasing the amounts, training his body to tolerate substances that would kill an ordinary person. He tested these poisons on condemned criminals, observing what worked, what failed, what could be countered. Eventually he developed a formula he called Mithridatium, a mixture of dozens of herbal ingredients that supposedly acted as a universal antidote. The formula remained secret during his lifetime, but when the Roman general Pompey conquered his kingdom, he brought Mithridatium back to Rome. Suddenly wealthy Romans wanted this miracle antidote. Physicians refined it, added their own ingredients, and sold it for enormous sums. For centuries afterward, variations of Mithridatium were considered essential for anyone important enough to worry about poisoning. Did it actually work? Probably not as universally as advertised, but the placebo effect alone might have provided some comfort to rulers who otherwise had no defense against invisible killers. You know what strikes me about all of this? The sheer mental burden. Imagine being a medieval king sitting at dinner. You're hungry, the food smells wonderful, your favourite dishes are before you, but you cannot simply eat. You must watch as servants taste everything first. You must wait to see if they show symptoms. You must calculate in your head. Has enough time passed? Would poison show itself by now, or should I wait longer? And even after all that waiting, after all those precautions, you still cannot be entirely certain. Maybe the poison is slow acting. Maybe the taster was lucky and got an unpoisoned portion while yours is contaminated. Maybe. The paranoia becomes its own kind of poison, does it not? It seeps into every meal, every drink, every moment of physical vulnerability. You cannot trust your food. You cannot trust your physicians. You cannot even trust your own judgment about whether sufficient precautions have been taken. The psychological torture of constant vigilance might be almost as damaging as actual poisoning. Medieval courts tried to find technological solutions to this psychological problem. They believed that certain substances could detect poison. Unicorn horn, for example, which was actually narwhal tusk, though nobody knew that, was thought to sweat or tremble in the presence of toxic substances. A unicorn horn might cost 10 times its weight in gold. Nobles would wave these horns over their food before eating, or would have cups made from horn material in the belief that poison poured into such a cup would be neutralized or at least revealed. Of course, this did not work, but the belief provided comfort, which was valuable in itself. Security, whether real or imagined, has psychological benefits. If a king believes he is protected, he can eat with less anxiety, sleep with less fear, govern with more confidence. The unicorn horn is a placebo, yes, but placebos have power. Servants would also kiss and lick the plates, cups, and silverware before the royal family used them, checking for poison. But of course, this also coated everything with whatever germs the servants carried. Medieval people did not understand germ theory, so this cross-contamination seemed like a reasonable safety measure rather than a potential health hazard. The irony is rich, trying to prevent poisoning while potentially spreading disease through the very precautions meant to ensure safety. And it was not just food and drink. Henry VIII's gentlemen of the bedchamber had to kiss every part of his pillows and sheets that they had touched while making his bed. Why? To prove they had not smeared poison on the fabric. The theory was that poison absorbed through skin contact could be just as deadly as poison ingested through food. And the theory was correct. Certain substances can be absorbed dermally. But the solution, having servants kiss potentially poisoned bedding, seems almost comically inadequate. If the poison was truly there, the servant would die. If the poison was not there, the kissing was pointless. But the ritual provided a sense that something was being done, that precautions were in place. Elizabeth I of England required that all manner of things that shall touch any part of Her Majesty's body bare be carefully tested. This included clothing, towels, anything that would contact her skin directly. Her Secretary of State, William Cecil, was particularly concerned about Catholic plots to poison the Protestant Queen. In 1560, England was still reeling from religious upheaval. Mary Tudor had just died after 5 years of burning Protestant heretics. Elizabeth represented a return to Protestantism, which made her a target for Catholic assassins. William Cecil knew that poison was a likely method, so he instituted these elaborate protocols for testing everything. Can you imagine the sheer number of servants required for all this? Testing food, testing drink, testing water, testing fabrics, testing bedding. An army of people, each one taking a small risk with every test performed. And the question that haunts me is, did these servants volunteer? Were they honoured to serve in this way, or were they simply assigned these duties regardless of their feelings? Medieval records rarely tell us about the emotional lives of common servants, so we can only wonder. But here is what we do know. People volunteered to be food tasters, generation after generation, century after century. The position was considered prestigious, despite the obvious risks. Why? Partly because it meant proximity to power. A food taster was close to the king or queen in a way that most people never experienced. That closeness meant opportunities for advancement, for influence, for security. And partly because the risk, while real, was not as constant as we might imagine. Most food was not poisoned. Most days passed without incident. The danger was present but statistical rather than immediate. Still, the cumulative effect of all these precautions was exhausting. Medieval rulers lived in a state of siege, not from external armies but from internal fears. Every person was suspect. Every meal was dangerous. Every moment of vulnerability required vigilance. And yet, they could not withdraw completely into isolation. Power requires visibility. Leadership requires interaction. So they performed their roles while surrounded by rituals of safety that could never be quite enough. The art of poison teaches us something dark about human ingenuity. When we cannot defeat our enemies openly, when physical strength will not suffice, when direct confrontation is impossible, we find indirect methods. Poison is the weapon of the weak against the strong, the invisible against the guarded, the patient against the protected. And medieval courts, for all their walls and weapons and warriors, remained perpetually vulnerable to this quiet killer that arrived in the guise of hospitality. But poison was not the only danger lurking in the intimate spaces of the castle. There were still the private chambers to consider, the bedrooms where rulers slept, the closets where they dressed, the gardens where they walked in the evening. These were spaces meant for rest and relaxation, for moments stolen from the public performance of power. And yet, these were also the places where many rulers met their end, killed not in public spectacle but in private betrayal. In our next part, we will enter those chambers and explore the murders that happened behind closed doors, where the only witnesses were the ones who held the blade. The night is deepening, the candles burn lower, and the most intimate betrayals still await our examination. Every castle has its public face, the great hall where banquets unfold, the throne room where justice is dispensed, the courtyards where soldiers drill and visitors are received. But beyond these spaces of ceremony and spectacle lie the private chambers, the bedroom where a king removes his crown and becomes simply a tired man, the dressing room where armour gives way to nightclothes, the small chapel where prayers are whispered in solitude. These intimate spaces were supposed to be sanctuaries, places where the constant performance of power could finally pause. Instead, they became some of the most dangerous locations in the medieval world. Because in the privacy of closed doors, away from witnesses and public scrutiny, betrayal wore its truest face. Let me take you to Bohemia in the year 929. The region we now know as the Czech Republic is still finding its Christian identity. Paganism remains strong in many areas, and religious tensions run deep through noble families. A young duke named Wenceslaus rules here. He is in his early 20s, raised by his grandmother Ludmilla, who had converted to Christianity and was determined that her grandson would continue the faith. But Wenceslaus's mother, Drahomira, remained pagan, and when her husband died in battle against the Magyars, she briefly ruled as regent while her son was too young to govern. The power struggle between Christian and pagan factions, between grandmother and mother, between old ways and new faith, all of this swirled around young Wenceslaus. When he officially took the throne in 921, he aligned himself firmly with Christianity. He built churches, he promoted Christian clergy, he tried to convert his people through example rather than force. The chroniclers describe him as gentle, pious, charitable, perhaps too gentle for the violent world he inhabited. Wenceslaus has an older brother named Boleslaus. Now, in many succession systems, the firstborn son inherits everything. But in 10th century Bohemia, the rules are murkier. Wenceslaus became duke despite having an older brother, possibly because he was seen as more capable, or because their grandmother Ludmilla favoured him. Whatever the reason, Boleslaus is left with resentment and ambition, but no throne. A dangerous combination. In September of 929, Boleslaus invites his brother to his estate to celebrate the feast of Saints Cosmas and Damian. It is a religious festival, a gathering of brothers, an occasion for family unity. Wenceslaus accepts the invitation. Why would he not? Boleslaus is his brother. Yes, there are tensions. Yes, there are political differences, but this is family. Surely he is safe here. The celebration begins pleasantly enough. There is feasting, drinking, conversation. Wenceslaus likely feels good about this reconciliation with his brother. Perhaps he thinks they are healing old wounds, finding common ground. But the next morning, as Wenceslaus makes his way to the church for morning prayers, Boleslaus and his men are waiting, right there at the church door, Literally on the threshold of sanctuary they attack. Swords are drawn. Wenceslaus, unarmed and unprepared, tries to defend himself but stands no chance. He is cut down on the church steps. The murder is brutal not just in its violence but in its betrayal. This is brother killing brother. This is a host killing his guest. This is violence committed at the doorway of a holy place during a religious festival. Every code of honor, every social bond, every sacred protection is violated in this moment. And yet Boleslaus takes the throne and rules Bohemia for the next 34 years. The immediate consequences of fratricide? Essentially none. Power rewards those who seize it, regardless of how they seize it. But here is where the story takes an interesting turn. Wenceslaus is not forgotten. Despite the circumstances of his death, or perhaps because of them, he is quickly declared a martyr, and eventually canonized as a saint. The very brother who killed him for power finds that his victim's reputation only grows. Wenceslaus becomes Good King Wenceslas, celebrated in Christmas carols that will be sung for more than 1,000 years. His death becomes more powerful than his life. Martyrdom transforms a murdered duke into an eternal symbol. Think about what this means for medieval politics. Boleslaus won the immediate struggle. He got the throne, the power, the years of rule. But in the longer arc of history, Wenceslaus won something else entirely. Moral authority, sympathy, sainthood. Which victory matters more? The answer probably depends on your perspective. But the medieval world believed in both victories, the earthly and the spiritual, and sometimes they pulled in opposite directions. Now, let us travel forward in time to the year 1437, to Scotland. King James I is a complex figure in Scottish history. He spent 18 years as a prisoner in England during his youth, watching his country ruled by regents while he languished in captivity. When he finally returned to Scotland at age 30 to claim his throne, he was determined to impose order on a realm that had grown chaotic in his absence. He cracked down on rebellious nobles, he reformed the legal system, he strengthened royal authority. All necessary actions for a king, but actions that made him deeply unpopular with the powerful men whose independence he was curtailing. On the evening of February the 20th, 1437, James is staying at the Dominican Friary in Perth with his wife Queen Joan. It is night. The royal couple has retired to their private chamber. The location is supposed to be secure. Friaries are holy places, places of sanctuary, and James has guards. But 300 armed men led by Walter Stewart, the Earl of Atholl, surround the friary. They have planned this carefully. Some of them may even have allies among the guards or servants inside. The assassins break into the building. James hears them coming. In a moment of desperate improvisation, he pries up floorboards in the chamber and drops down into a sewer vault beneath the room. Yes, once again we find medieval nobility hiding in waste disposal areas during assassination attempts. The stone floor is replaced over him. Queen Joan and her ladies-in-waiting try to bar the door, buying time. One of the Queen's attendants, a woman named Catherine Douglas, is said to have thrust her arm through the door brackets as an improvised bar, when the actual bar is found to be missing. Her arm breaks when the assassins force the door open, but she's bought a few more seconds. It does not matter. The killers find the hiding place. They pull James from the sewer, and there, in that confined space beneath the floorboards, they stab him to death. The King of Scotland, murdered in a monastic building hiding in sewage while his wife and her attendants watch helplessly from above. When they pull his body out, it bears 16 stab wounds. This was not a quick assassination. This was prolonged violence, the accumulated rage of men who felt wronged by their king. The interesting detail here, and I want you to think about this, is the missing door bar. Someone had removed the wooden bar that should have secured the royal chamber door. someone with access to that private space, someone trusted enough to be in the royal quarters, had deliberately sabotaged the only security mechanism on that door. This was not just an external attack. This was enabled by an insider. Again and again we see this pattern. The betrayal from within that makes the external attack possible. The Earl of Athol, the primary conspirator, was eventually caught and executed with spectacular brutality even by medieval standards, but the damage was done. James I was dead. His 6-year-old son became James II, beginning another regency, another period of noble power struggles. The cycle of violence and revenge that James had tried to break simply continued with the new generation. What strikes me about these bedroom murders is the psychological dimension. In the Great Hall or on a public street, you maintain some level of vigilance. You are performing the role of ruler, which means staying alert, projecting strength, watching for threats. But in your private chamber, you are supposed to relax. The armor comes off, literally and figuratively. You're with your spouse, with your most trusted attendants, in a space that represents rest and vulnerability, and the brief cessation of constant watchfulness. And it is precisely in that moment of relaxation that the killers strike. Consider the case of another James. James III of Scotland, son of the murdered James I. By 1488, he too faces rebellion from his own nobles. The pattern seems almost hereditary at this point. Strong kings trying to centralize power, nobles resenting the loss of their independence, violence erupting as the solution. On June 11, 1488, James III's forces meet rebel forces at the Battle of Saltcheburn. The king's army is defeated. James flees the battlefield, falling from his horse in the process. Injured and desperate, he asks to be taken to a nearby mill house, where he requests a priest to hear his confession before he dies. But the priest who arrives is actually one of the rebels. In the small room of the mill house, this false confessor stabs the already wounded king to death. So we have layers of betrayal here. The nobles rebelling against their rightful king, the pretense of offering spiritual comfort, the violation of the confessional, one of the most sacred relationships in medieval Christianity. The space of confession was supposed to be inviolable, a place where even the worst sinner could speak freely to a priest without fear. And yet it becomes a location for murder. Do you see the pattern emerging? The bedroom, the church, the confessional, the guest chamber, these are all spaces defined by trust and vulnerability. You enter your bedroom because it is yours, it is pervet, it is Aurf. You enter a church because it is sanctuary. You invite a priest to hear your confession because that relationship is said. And medieval assassins exploited precisely these assumptions. They weaponized the very spaces and relationships that were supposed to offer protection. Let me share one more story from a different culture, but with remarkably similar dynamics. In the year 995, in what is now Scotland, King Kenneth II is trying to secure the succession for his son Malcolm. This is complicated because Scottish succession at the time does not simply pass from father to son. Instead, the throne goes to an adult male chosen from among all descendants of previous kings. This system was designed to prevent child monarchs, which makes sense, but it also creates constant succession disputes because multiple people have legitimate claims. Kenneth alienates a number of nobles with his manoeuvring. Among those opposed to him is Constantine the Bald, and they recruit a woman named Fenella, daughter of the Earl of Angus, to help with their plot. Kenneth had killed Fenella's son, so she has personal motivation for revenge beyond political calculation. The chronicler John of Fordun, writing in the 14th century, describes Fenella as wily, clever, strategic, dangerous. Fenella invites Kenneth to her home, ostensibly to make peace or to discuss some matter. Kenneth, believing this is a diplomatic meeting, accepts. He enters her house, and there, according to the chronicle, Fenella has prepared an elaborate trap. She has created a mechanical contraption, a statue or decorative object rigged with hidden crossbows or knives. When Kenneth examines it or comes near it, the device activates, and he is killed instantly. Now, we should be a bit skeptical of this account. Medieval chroniclers love dramatic details, and a booby-trapped statue sounds almost too clever to be real. It is possible that Kenneth was simply murdered by Fenella's guards or household members, and that the mechanical device is an embellishment added later to make the story more memorable. But regardless of the exact method, the core truth remains. Kenneth was killed in what should have been a safe space by someone he trusted enough to visit alone or with minimal protection, in a private setting where violence was not expected. Here is what fascinates me about private chamber murders: the psychological aftermath for survivors. If you are a medieval ruler and you hear about a king being killed in his bedroom or at a family gathering, or while seeking spiritual counsel, how does that change your behavior? Do you stop sleeping in your own bed? Do you refuse family invitations? Do you avoid confession? The problem is that you cannot. These activities are necessary for life and for rule. You must sleep somewhere. You must maintain family relationships, or at least the appearance of them. If you are Christian, you must participate in religious rituals, so you continue doing these things while knowing they are potential death traps. The protocols medieval rulers developed to protect themselves during private moments are revealing. Henry VIII, as we mentioned, had his gentlemen of the bedchamber kiss his pillows and sheets. But the gentlemen of the bedchamber were themselves highly ranked nobles, men from important families, men with their own political connections and ambitions. So who watches the watchers? Henry addressed this by having multiple gentlemen who rotated duties and watched each other. The security system becomes recursive. Guards guarding guards, everyone watching everyone, trust diluted across so many people that no single betrayal can succeed without multiple conspirators. But this creates its own nightmare. You sleep in a room where multiple men have access, any of whom could be bought or coerced, or simply decide that regime change would benefit them personally. Your most intimate moments, sleeping, dressing, using the chamber pot, are observed by others. Privacy is the price of safety, and even then, safety is not guaranteed. Queen Joan of Scotland, who witnessed her husband's murder and tried to save him, lived another 8 years after that terrible night. How do you sleep peacefully after watching your husband stabbed to death in the room below your feet? How do you ever trust a door lock again after learning that the bar was deliberately removed? Medieval sources do not usually record this kind of trauma, but we can infer it from the increased security measures taken by survivors of assassination attempts. Paranoia is a rational response to attempted murder. The question is not whether to be paranoid, but how to function while being necessarily paranoid. Let me ask you something. Do you lock your bedroom door at night? Many people do, even in relatively safe neighborhoods, even when they rationally know that the likelihood of someone breaking in is very low. That small ritual of turning a lock or checking that a door is secure provides psychological comfort. You can relax because you have taken a precaution. Medieval rulers had similar impulses, but lived in a context where the threats were far more real and far more likely. The door might be locked, but the person with the key might be the assassin. The guard outside might be the one who lets the killers in. The servant who helps you undress might be planning when best to use the dagger hidden in their clothing. What I find particularly cruel about bedroom assassinations is the element of time. Poisoning, as we discussed, is invisible and can be quick or slow depending on the substance. But a murder in the private chamber requires the assassin to be present, to see their victim's face, to hear them perhaps beg for mercy or ask why. These are not distant killings. These are intimate acts of violence. The assassin must look into the eyes of someone who trusted them, someone who welcomed them into a private space, and then destroy that person face to face. Does that make it harder or easier? I suppose it depends on the individual. For someone motivated by personal grievance, like Fenella avenging her son, perhaps looking into the victim's eyes provides satisfaction. For someone acting on orders or for political calculation, perhaps the intimacy makes it more difficult. We do not have assassination memoirs from the medieval period, no confessions explaining how it felt to kill a king in his bedroom. We only have the bare facts of the murders themselves, and the knowledge that people kept doing it century after century, despite the risks and despite whatever moral qualms they might have felt. The private chamber was supposed to be the one place where power could rest, where the crown could be set aside if only for a few hours, where the constant vigilance of public life could ease, if only briefly. And the tragic irony is that this necessary relaxation, this human need for privacy and rest, created the very vulnerability that assassins exploited. You cannot rule effectively without sleep. You cannot maintain sanity without some private space, but those necessities become weapons in the hands of those who want you dead. Think about Wenceslaus walking to morning prayers, still perhaps yawning from sleep, thinking about his devotions rather than his security. Think about James I in his nightclothes, descending into sewage in a desperate attempt to hide. Think about Kenneth examining what he thought was a decorative object in a woman's home where he expected hospitality. In each case, the victim lowered their guard because the situation seemed to call for it. Religious observance, sleep, diplomatic courtesy, these civilized behaviors became fatal in the hands of uncivilized conspirators. And yet, despite all these murders, despite all these cautionary tales, medieval rulers continued to have private chambers. They continued to sleep in beds. They continued to accept invitations to family gatherings. Because what was the alternative? To never rest, never relax, never have a moment of privacy? That is not sustainable. That is not human. So they took precautions, developed protocols, surrounded themselves with guards, and hoped that this time, tonight, they would wake up to see the morning. The bedroom murders teach us that there are limits to what security can achieve. You can guard the door, but you cannot guard the human heart. You can test for poison, but you cannot test for loyalty. You can lock yourself in, but then you are trapped with whoever you have trusted to have the key. Medieval rulers learned these lessons in blood, learned them repeatedly, and passed them down to successors who often failed to heed the warnings because, well, what choice did they have? Power requires vulnerability. Rule requires trust. And sometimes trust is repaid with 16 stab wounds in a sewer beneath your bedroom floor. But the castle holds more stories yet. We have explored the private spaces where rulers slept and prayed and let down their guard. But there were also the grand occasions, the public celebrations, the feasts where hundreds gathered under the illusion of joy and festivity. These banquets were supposed to demonstrate wealth, power, and social harmony, and instead they became some of the bloodiest stages for medieval assassination. So let us move from the quiet murder in the bedroom to the spectacular violence of the poisoned feast, where celebration turned to slaughter and wine ran red for reasons that had nothing to do with the vintage. A medieval feast was theatre, pure, elaborate, expensive theatre. The great hall blazing with torches and candles, long tables groaning under the weight of roasted meats, elaborate pies, exotic fruits brought from distant lands, musicians playing in the gallery, acrobats performing between courses, the lord or king presiding from the high table, raised above the common guests. demonstrating through sheer abundance that their power was secure, their reign was prosperous, their position was unassailable. Everyone dressed in their finest, everyone smiling, everyone raising cups to toast the health of their host. And sometimes, in the midst of all that calculated splendour, someone would die. Let us begin on the evening of November 23rd, 1407, in Paris. The city is magnificent but tense. France is technically at peace, but the peace is fractured by bitter rivalries between powerful nobles. Two factions dominate, the Armagnacs and the Burgundians, named after their respective leaders. These are not just political disagreements about policy. These are blood feuds, personal hatreds wrapped in the language of loyalty to the crown. Louis, Duke of Orléans, is brother to the king and one of the most powerful men in France. He is cultured, charming, politically astute. On this November evening, he has just finished dining with Queen Isabeau at the Hôtel Barbette. It has been a pleasant meal, good conversation, the kind of social occasion that oils the machinery of court politics. Louis leaves around 8 in the evening to return to his own residence. He is in good spirits. He has his attendants with him, guards, servants, the entourage that always accompanies a man of his rank through the streets of Paris. The street is dark. Medieval Paris at night was not well lit. A few torches here and there, perhaps lanterns carried by passers-by, but mostly shadow. Louis's group carries their own lights as they walk, and then, from the darkness, 15 men wearing masks emerge. They're not subtle, they're not quiet. They rush at Louis and his party with weapons drawn, axes, swords, clubs. This is not an assassination, this is a massacre. Louis tries to defend himself, but he is outnumbered and surrounded. His guards try to protect him, but they too are overwhelmed by the sheer number of attackers. The violence is quick and brutal. Louis falls to the street, his body struck repeatedly. His left hand is severed, his skull is split open, blood pools on the cobblestones, and then, as suddenly as they appeared, the masked men vanish back into the darkness, leaving Louis dead in the street and his surviving attendants in shock. Now you might be thinking, this is not a feast assassination. Louis was leaving a dinner, not killed during one. And you are right. But stay with me, because this murder is connected to the culture of feasting in a way that reveals something important about medieval political violence. The meal at the Hôtel Barbette was diplomatic theatre. Louis was there to maintain his relationship with the Queen, to be seen in her favour, to project power and confidence. The assassins knew his schedule because feasting schedules were public knowledge. When you attend a dinner of state, everyone knows where you are and approximately when you will leave. The feast created the opportunity for ambush. But here is the truly remarkable part. The man who ordered this assassination was John the Fearless, Duke of Burgundy. He was Louis's cousin. They'd grown up together in the French court. They had dined together countless times, raised cups to each other's health, smiled and laughed and performed the rituals of noble kinship. And John had ordered Louis's murder and initially denied any involvement. When evidence made denial impossible, he justified the killing as necessary for the good of France, claiming Louis had been a threat to the kingdom. The intellectual and theological defense of tyrannicide, the killing of a tyrant for the greater good, was marshalled to excuse what was essentially a mafia hit carried out in the streets of Paris. King Charles VI, who was Louis's brother and John's cousin, eventually pardoned John for the murder. Pardoned him. The family bonds, the political necessities, the power calculations, all of it outweighed the fact that a royal prince had been hacked to death in the street by hired killers. This is the world we are examining, a world where political murder could be committed, acknowledged, and then legally forgiven if you had enough power and the right justifications. But John the Fearless did not live happily ever after. The universe, or at least medieval France, has a way of balancing scales. 12 years later, in 1419, John himself becomes the victim. The setting is a bridge, the Bridge of Montereau. John has been invited to meet with the Dauphin, Charles VII, to discuss peace between their factions. The invitation comes with assurances of safe conduct, sworn oaths, guarantees of security. These meetings were formalized with elaborate protocols precisely because everyone knew how dangerous they were. You do not meet your enemy without assurances. John brings an escort, of course, but the protocol is that only a limited number of armed men from each side are allowed at the actual meeting to prevent it from turning into a battle. So John walks onto the bridge with his small party to negotiate with the Dauphin. They exchange greetings. Perhaps they even begin to discuss terms, and then, suddenly, one of the Dauphin's men shouts, "Kill! Kill!" And John, surrounded and outnumbered on that bridge, is cut down just as he had ordered Louis cut down 12 years earlier. The axe that killed him reportedly split his skull open, grim symmetry with the way Louis died. The sources debate whether the Dauphin himself ordered this or whether his followers acted independently, believing they were carrying out their lord's implicit wishes. But the result is the same. A meeting meant to forge peace becomes another public assassination. The theatre of reconciliation transforms into the theatre of murder, and the cycle of revenge, far from ending, only intensifies. The Burgundians, enraged by John's death, will ally with England against the Dauphin, prolonging the 100 Years' War and leading to even more bloodshed. What fascinates me about these public killings disguised as social occasions is the psychological warfare involved. Imagine being a medieval noble invited to a feast by someone you do not entirely trust. You must go. Refusing would be a political insult, a sign of fear, an admission that you doubt their word. So you accept. You dress in your finest clothes, you bring gifts, you smile, and throughout the entire meal, throughout every course and every toast, you are wondering, is this the moment? Is the wine poisoned? Are those guards by the door my protection or my executioners? Will I leave this hall alive? The strain of maintaining composure while internally calculating survival odds must have been exhausting. And yet this was normal. This was simply part of being powerful in the medieval world. You attended feasts knowing they might be traps. You hosted feasts knowing your guests suspected traps. Everyone performed their roles while simultaneously preparing for violence. Let me take you to another feast, this one in England in the year 1327. King Edward II has been deposed by his wife Queen Isabella and her lover Roger Mortimer. Edward is imprisoned in Berkeley Castle, kept alive for the moment because killing a crowned king openly would be too shocking, too likely to provoke rebellion. So Edward lives in captivity while his teenage son Edward III rules in name, while Isabella and Mortimer hold actual power. But Edward II's continued existence is a problem. As long as he lives, he represents an alternative centre of power, a rallying point for those who oppose the current regime. So the decision is made to eliminate him, but to do so in a way that can be explained as natural causes. On September 21st, 1027, Edward is murdered in his cell. The method, and I warn you, this is particularly grim, involves a red-hot poker inserted into his body through the anus. The internal injuries kill him, but they leave no visible marks on the exterior of the corpse. When the body is displayed, it can be claimed that Edward died of natural causes, or perhaps melancholy. Now, this is not a feast assassination in the literal sense, but it connects to our theme in an important way. Edward II was killed precisely because he could not be killed publicly. The social theatre of a medieval power required that some murders be hidden, dressed up as natural death, explained away. The feast was one way to do this. Accidental poisoning during a meal, a sudden illness that strikes at table, a convenient collapse. The feast provided cover for murder because sudden death at a banquet could be blamed on bad food, overeating, too much wine, or simply God's will. Let us return to actual feast violence. In the year 1478, in Florence, Italy, another famous banquet assassination takes place, or rather, an assassination timed to occur just after a banquet. The Pazzi family, wealthy bankers who resent the power of the Medici family, plot to kill Lorenzo de' Medici and his brother Giuliano. The plan is to strike during High Mass at the Cathedral of Florence, when both brothers will be present and unarmed out of respect for the sacred space. But before the Mass, there has been a meal. The conspirators, including a priest named Antonio da Mazzinghi, dine with the Medici brothers. They break bread together, they share wine, they smile and make pleasant conversation, and all the while they are planning to stab their dining companions within hours. The priest in particular has a role that makes my stomach turn. During the meal, he is supposed to determine whether Giuliano is wearing armor under his clothing. So he embraces Giuliano, pats his back and shoulders in what seems like friendly affection, checking for the telltale hardness of protective gear. Giuliano is not armored. The information is passed along. The plan proceeds. During the Mass, in the cathedral, the conspirators strike. Giuliano is stabbed 19 times and dies on the floor of the church. Lorenzo is wounded but escapes, helped by friends who hustle him into the sacristy and bar the door. The plot partially fails. Lorenzo survives and will go on to lead Florence for many more years. But the audacity of the attempt, the violation of sacred space, the betrayal of hospitality, all of it shocks even a Renaissance Italy that is no stranger to political violence. The Pazzi conspirators are hunted down and executed, some of them hanged from the windows of the Palazzo Vecchio, while crowds cheer below. The pattern repeats across Europe. Dining together creates obligation, creates the appearance of trust, creates witnesses who can later testify about the circumstances of death. If you poison someone at a banquet and they die hours later at home, the connection might not be immediately obvious. If they collapse at the table, well, they ate and drank just as everyone else did. Perhaps the food disagreed with them. Perhaps they had a weak heart. Perhaps God chose that moment to call them home. The public nature of the feast paradoxically made it easier to hide murder among so many potential explanations. But sometimes, the violence at feasts was not hidden at all. Sometimes it erupted in full view, turning celebration into chaos. In 1452, King James II of Scotland invites William Douglas, the 8th Earl of Douglas, to Stirling Castle for dinner. Douglas comes with a safe conduct, a written promise from the king that he will not be harmed. These safe conducts were taken very seriously in medieval culture. Violating one was a profound breach of honour, and James violates it spectacularly. During the meal, James demands that Douglas break his alliance with other nobles who oppose the king. Douglas refuses. The argument escalates, and then James, in a rage, personally stabs Douglas. His attendants join in, and Douglas is killed right there in the dining hall, in front of witnesses. Despite holding a safe conduct from the king himself, the scandal is enormous. But James is the king, and after some diplomatic manoeuvring and political payoffs, the incident is smoothed over. Douglas's family rebels, but they are eventually defeated. James remains on the throne. The lesson, even safe conduct, even written royal promises, even the sanctity of the guest-host relationship means nothing if the host has enough power and anger. Think about what this does to social trust. If even a royal safe conduct can be violated, if even a formal dinner invitation can be a death sentence, how do you navigate political life? The answer is that you become extremely careful about which invitations you accept. You bring larger armed escorts. You taste your food carefully, you position yourself near exits, and you trust no one completely. Medieval politics became an elaborate dance of feigned friendship built on a foundation of mutual suspicion. The feast in medieval culture was supposed to represent abundance, hospitality, generosity, social harmony. The lord provides for his vassals. The vassals demonstrate loyalty by attending. Everyone eats from the same kitchen, drinks from the same barrels, shares in the communal experience of the meal. It is a ritual of social bonding, and that's precisely what made it such an effective venue for assassination. The expectations of the feast, that you will eat, that you will drink, that you will lower your guard in the spirit of celebration, these expectations became weapons. I want you to imagine attending a medieval feast knowing what you now know. You sit at the long table. The food arrives in waves. Soups, roasted birds, fish courses, pies, pastries. Everyone around you is eating and drinking. The lord at the high table is smiling, gesturing expansively, calling for musicians to play. It seems safe. It seems festive. But you have heard the stories. Louis of Orleans leaving a feast and being butchered in the street. John the Fearless invited to a peace meeting and killed on a bridge. William Douglas stabbed by the king in the middle of dinner. The Medici brothers attacked after breaking bread with their assassins. How much do you eat? How much do you drink? How often do you glance at the doors, calculating escape routes? How do you balance the social requirement to participate fully in the feast with the survival instinct to remain vigilant? This is the exhausting reality of medieval power. Every social occasion is a potential trap. Every smile might hide a threat. You must engage in the rituals of feasting and friendship while simultaneously prepared for betrayal. And if you appear too paranoid, too guarded, too suspicious, you look weak. You look like someone who fears their enemies, which invites more enemies to test you. But if you appear too relaxed, too trusting, too comfortable, you become an easy target. The balance is nearly impossible to maintain. And here is perhaps the darkest thought. Many of the people at these feasts, the servants carrying food, the musicians playing, the guards standing watch, are not party to the political intrigues. They are simply doing their jobs. When violence erupts at a feast, these innocent bystanders are often killed alongside the intended targets. A guard who tries to protect his lord dies defending him. A servant who happens to be carrying a dish when swords are drawn gets cut down. The musicians in the gallery watch in horror as the hall below transforms from celebration to slaughter. Medieval sources rarely record their names or their stories, but they were there, and many of them die for the political ambitions of people who barely knew they existed. The feast assassination teaches us that social rituals, no matter how elaborate, cannot overcome the fundamental brutality of power struggles. You can create protocols, you can establish traditions, you can surround violence with ceremony and manners, but underneath, the violence remains, waiting for the right moment to emerge. The toast that is drunk to your health might be the last toast you ever hear. The smile across the table might belong to someone who has already decided you need to die, and the music playing merrily in the background continues even as blood spills on the floor, because the musicians have learned not to stop playing unless explicitly told to do so. Stopping would acknowledge the violence, would break the fiction that everything is fine, would admit that the feast has failed in its fundamental purpose. As you drift towards sleep tonight, perhaps you are grateful that your dinner invitations do not carry these risks, that when you share a meal with friends or family, you can actually relax and enjoy the food without calculating poison risks or escape routes. The medieval nobility lived in a constant state of performance anxiety, where every social occasion might be their last. They smiled through their fear, toasted their enemies, and hoped that this feast, at least, would end with everyone going home alive. Sometimes that hope was fulfilled, and sometimes the floor of the great hall ran red while the torches still burned and the musicians still played. But feasts were not the only social occasions shadowed by death. There was another ritual, another ceremony, another moment of supposed healing and care that instead became a pathway to murder. The relationship between patient and physician, between the suffering and the healer, a bond built on trust and desperation. And in that bond lay opportunities for the darkest betrayals. Let us turn now to the physician's chamber, where medicine and murder walked hand in hand, and where the person offering relief might instead be offering oblivion. When you are sick, truly sick, feverish, weak, perhaps in pain, you become vulnerable in a way that transcends politics or power. Your body has betrayed you. You need help. And in the medieval world, that help came from physicians, men who claimed knowledge of herbs and humours, of bloodletting and balancing, of treatments passed down through centuries. You put your life in their hands because you had no choice. They touched your body. They examined your symptoms. They prescribed remedies. They mixed substances and assured you these mixtures would heal, and sometimes those mixtures killed instead. The physician occupied a unique position in medieval society. Unlike a guard who might be bought or a servant who might be coerced, the physician had legitimate reasons to administer substances that could kill. Their entire profession involved giving people things to ingest or applying treatments that caused pain and physical stress. Bloodletting, for instance, was standard medical practice, deliberately cutting open a vein and allowing blood to flow out, supposedly to balance the body's humours. But how much blood loss is therapeutic, and how much is fatal? The line is frighteningly thin. A physician could kill through deliberate overdose and claim it was an unfortunate medical outcome. Who could prove otherwise? Let me tell you about a death that demonstrates this ambiguity perfectly. The year is 1087. King William the Conqueror, yes, the Norman who invaded England in 1066 and changed British history forever, is campaigning in France. He is not a young man anymore. He has grown quite fat, actually, to the point where his horse struggles to carry him. On this particular campaign, he is besieging the town of Mantes. His horse stumbles. William is thrown forward against the iron pommel of his saddle, suffering severe internal injuries to his abdomen. He is carried to the priory of Saint-Gervais in Rouen, where he lingers for 6 weeks, dying slowly from his injuries. The physicians attend him, of course. They try various treatments. They bleed him to reduce fever. They apply poultices to his abdomen. They give him medicines to drink. And William dies on September 9th, 1087. Now, did the physicians kill him, or did the original injury kill him? Or did the treatments, intended to help, perhaps hasten his death? We cannot know. The sources simply record that he died of his wounds and that physicians attended him until the end. This is the nightmare of medieval medical assassination. You often cannot distinguish between murder, malpractice, and simply the limitations of medieval medicine. All three might look identical. A king dies after receiving treatment. Was the treatment deliberately fatal? Was it incompetently administered? Or was it the best medicine available that simply was not good enough? Without modern forensics, without the ability to analyze substances and understand exactly what they do to the body, these questions remain unanswerable. But some cases are less ambiguous. Take the story of King Stephen IV of Hungary, who ruled briefly from 1163 to 1165 after usurping the throne from his young nephew. Stephen's reign was violent and unpopular. He'd seized power by force and held it through brutality. When he was defeated in battle by his nephew's supporters, he fled to Constantinople seeking protection from the Byzantine Empire. The Byzantines, for their own political reasons, gave him sanctuary, but his nephew's agents followed, determined to eliminate this threat to their king's legitimacy. Stephen, like many medieval people, believed in the medical practice of bloodletting. When he felt unwell, he would call for a physician to open a vein and release bad blood. It was routine, it was normal, it was trusted. So when Stephen fell ill in Constantinople and requested bloodletting, a physician arrived and performed the procedure. But this physician had been approached by Stephen's enemies. The payment had been made, the instructions had been given, and so, when the physician opened Stephen's vein, he did not stop the bleeding at the appropriate time. He simply let it continue, and continue, and continue, until Stephen, drained of blood, died in his bed. This is murder disguised as medical treatment. The weapon is the physician's legitimate tools, his knife, his skill, his access to the patient's body. The method is indistinguishable from proper medical care until it goes too far, and by the time anyone realizes what is happening, it is too late. Stephen's supporters might suspect, might even be certain of what occurred, but how do you prove it? The physician can claim that Stephen's condition was more serious than expected, that the bloodletting was necessary, that sometimes patients simply do not survive even the most careful treatment. Without witnesses who understand the medical details, conviction is nearly impossible. Medieval rulers were aware of this vulnerability. They tried to protect themselves by employing multiple physicians who would check each other's work, by having medicines prepared in front of witnesses, by insisting that physicians taste their own remedies first. But these precautions were incomplete. A physician skilled in poisons could prepare a substance that required cumulative doses to prove fatal, taking small amounts themselves without harm, while the patient received larger doses that would eventually kill. Or they could claim that the patient's particular condition required treatments that happened to be fatal, bleeding them more than usual, giving them stronger purgatives, applying more aggressive interventions. Consider the earlier case we mentioned of King Baldwin III of Jerusalem, who died in 1163 after taking pills from a Syrian physician. William of Tyre, our chronicler source, was deeply suspicious. He noted that a dog who ate one of the pills also died, which certainly suggests poison. But the physician was never charged, never punished, never even formally accused. Why? Because too many people believed this was simply bad medicine rather than deliberate murder. The pills were meant to cure. They failed, perhaps catastrophically. But failure is not the same as murder, and without clear evidence of intent, the physician walked free. This uncertainty had a chilling effect on medical care for the powerful. How do you seek treatment when treatment itself might be the assassination method? Some rulers became so paranoid that they refused medical care even when they desperately needed it, preferring to suffer and possibly die from their illness rather than risk being poisoned by the supposed cure. Others employed food tasters for their medicines, servants who would take the physician's remedy first and wait to see if symptoms appeared. But this was imperfect. A medicine might be fine for a healthy person, but fatal to someone already weakened by illness. Or the poison might be slow-acting, showing symptoms only after the patient had already consumed their dose. Let me take you now to a different kind of medical murder, one that reveals the social prejudices of the medieval world. In 1594, during the reign of Elizabeth I of England, a 70-year-old Jewish physician named Rodrigo Lopez is executed for allegedly plotting to poison the Queen. Lopez had fled the Spanish Inquisition and found safety in England, eventually becoming one of Elizabeth's personal physicians. He was skilled, trusted, and successful, but he was also Jewish in a time and place where anti-Semitism ran deep. Lopez is accused of conspiring with Spanish agents to poison Elizabeth. The evidence is questionable at best. Many historians believe the charges were fabricated or at least exaggerated, driven by political enemies who wanted to remove Lopez from his position of influence. But the accusations stick because they play into existing prejudices, the fear of the foreign physician, the suspicion of the religious outsider, the ancient and ugly stereotype of Jews as poisoners. Lopez is convicted and executed, hanged, drawn and quartered in the most brutal fashion English law allowed for traitors, and his case serves to remind us that accusations of medical murder were sometimes weapons in themselves, ways to destroy someone's reputation and remove them from power, regardless of actual guilt. The fear of the poisoning physician was not limited to rulers. Wealthy nobles, church officials, anyone with enemies and resources, all of them worried about the physicians they employed. And this fear shaped medical practice in interesting ways. Physicians would often refuse to treat certain patients, especially if those patients had powerful enemies or were involved in contentious politics. The risk was simply too great. If the patient died, the physician might be blamed for murder regardless of whether they had done everything correctly. Better to turn away such patients than to risk being caught in political intrigue. But some physicians specialized in exactly this kind of dangerous work. They became known as experts in poisons and remedies, walking the fine line between healer and killer. Medieval Italy, particularly Renaissance Italy, was famous or infamous for such physicians. The Borgia family, for instance, employed physicians who understood poisons intimately. When Cesare or Lucrezia Borgia wanted someone removed, they had access to medical knowledge that could make death look natural. Cantarella, a poison associated with the Borgias, was reportedly a white powder that could be mixed into food or wine. The victim would sicken gradually, displaying symptoms similar to common illnesses like fever or stomach ailment before dying. Perfect deniability, perfect cover. Here is a thought that might keep you awake if you think about it too much. In the medieval world, becoming seriously ill was not just physically dangerous, it was politically dangerous. Illness made you vulnerable to enemies who might bribe or coerce your physicians. It made you dependent on people who claimed expertise you could not verify. It forced you to consume substances whose contents you could not analyze. Every pill, every tonic, every poultice was an act of faith. You had to trust that the person treating you wanted you to recover rather than wanting you to die. And that trust was not always warranted. The relationship between patient and physician is supposed to be sacred. Medical ethics, even in the medieval period, emphasized the physician's duty to heal, never to harm. The Hippocratic Oath, inherited from ancient Greece, explicitly states, "I will give no deadly medicine to anyone if asked, nor suggest any such counsel, but oaths are words, and words can be broken when the price is right or the threat is great enough." A physician who swore to heal might also be offered gold to kill, or threatened with violence if they refused to kill, or simply decide that their patient's death would benefit them personally or politically. Think about the intimacy involved in medical care. The physician sees you at your weakest. They see your body without the clothes that signal status. They see you sweating with fever, crying with pain, vulnerable and afraid. They hold your life in their hands in the most literal sense, and that intimacy, that access, that knowledge of your physical vulnerabilities, all of it can be weaponized. A physician knows exactly which vein to cut, which substance will mimic natural illness, which treatment can be pushed just a bit too far to transform healing into killing. Medieval medical texts sometimes included information about poisons alongside information about remedies. The logic was that a physician needed to understand toxic substances in order to treat accidental poisoning. But of course, this same knowledge could be used to cause poisoning rather than cure it. Books like the De Venenis by Pietro d'Abano, written in the early 14th century, detailed various poisons and their effects. Such texts were valuable for legitimate medical practice, but also served as manuals for anyone wanting to kill with a medical precision. There is a particularly disturbing case from 1441 involving Eleanor Cobham, Duchess of Gloucester and wife to Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester, who was heir presumptive to the English throne. Eleanor was accused of conspiring with a clerk named Roger Bolingbroke and a woman named Marjorie Germain, known as the Witch of Eye, to use magic and poison to kill King Henry VI. The accusations included charges that they'd consulted physicians about substances that could cause illness or death while appearing natural. Eleanor was found guilty, though modern historians suspect the charges were politically motivated, a way to remove Humphrey from the line of succession by destroying his wife's reputation. Eleanor was forced to perform public penance, walking through London streets carrying a candle and dressed in simple cloth, humiliated before the crowds. She spent the rest of her life imprisoned. Marjorie Germain was burned at the stake for witchcraft. Whether any actual plot existed is debatable, but the case demonstrates how accusations involving medical knowledge and poison could destroy lives even without proof of actual murder. The medieval mind struggled to separate legitimate medicine from dangerous knowledge. Physicians were necessary but also feared. They healed but also had the power to harm. They were educated, often travelling widely and speaking multiple languages, which made them cosmopolitan and sophisticated, but also potentially foreign and untrustworthy. The physician from another region, another culture, another faith. Such a person might have loyalty to foreign powers, might be a spy or an assassin disguised as a healer. This paranoia was not entirely irrational. Some physicians did work as spies or assassins, some were bribed to kill their patients. Some, driven by ideology or loyalty to a different faction, deliberately provided harmful treatment. The majority of physicians were probably honest practitioners doing their best with limited knowledge and primitive tools, but the minority who were not created an atmosphere of suspicion that poisoned, pardon the word choice, the entire relationship between the powerful and their medical caregivers. And here is perhaps the cruelest irony. This suspicion may have led to worse medical care for rulers than for common people. A peasant who fell ill would receive whatever treatment the local healer recommended without excessive worry about poison. But a king receiving the same treatment might refuse it out of fear, or insist on so many precautions and modifications that the treatment became ineffective. The paranoia designed to protect them might have instead left them more vulnerable to the diseases their physicians were trying to cure. As we move through these shadows of medieval violence, a pattern emerges. Every relationship that should provide safety instead provides opportunity for murder. Family should protect you, but brothers kill each other for thrones. Hospitality should provide sanctuary, but guests are murdered at feasts. Physicians should heal you, but their remedies might be poison. The medieval world was structured around bonds of trust, between lord and vassal, host and guest, doctor and patient, and yet these bonds were constantly violated by those seeking power, revenge, or profit. The physician's privilege was also the physician's burden. They alone had the knowledge and access to kill with medical precision, and that knowledge made them valuable to conspirators, but also made them targets of suspicion. Live by the lancet, die by the accusation. The medieval physician walked a narrow path between respect and fear, between healer and potential murderer, between trusted advisor and suspected assassin. Some navigated this path successfully for entire careers. Others fell, destroyed by accusations true or false, victims of the same paranoid world they had tried to serve. But we have been dwelling in private space, in bedrooms and medical chambers, places where violence happened quietly, away from crowds. The medieval world also had its public spaces where rulers were supposed to be safe, where guards stood watch and walls provided defence. And yet, even in sleep, even surrounded by armed men sworn to protect them, rulers remained vulnerable, Because when darkness falls and the castle quiets, when exhaustion finally demands rest, the human body cannot maintain eternal vigilance. Sleep is necessary, and sleep is dangerous. Let us turn now to the sleeping hours, to the night watches, to the elaborate security systems that tried and often failed to keep rulers alive until dawn. Sleep is not optional. You can go days without food, hours without water, but eventually your body demands rest, your eyes close, your consciousness fades, and for those hours of darkness, you are defenseless. Medieval rulers understood this vulnerability with acute clarity. They knew that while they slept, enemies might move, conspirators might act, assassins might strike. So they developed elaborate systems to guard the sleeping sovereign, layers of security, protocols of protection, watches that continued through the night. And yet, despite all these precautions, despite armed men standing vigil and locked doors and tested bedding, people still died in their sleep. Because security, no matter how sophisticated, ultimately depends on human beings. And human beings can be bought, threatened, or simply fall asleep at their posts. Let us begin with a success story for once. On August 22nd, 1485, near the village of Stoke Golding in England, Henry Tudor faces King Richard III in battle. This is the culmination of the Wars of the Roses, decades of civil conflict between the House of Lancaster and the House of York. Henry's forces are outnumbered. His claim to the throne is tenuous at best. But he has something Richard lacks: a small group of intensely loyal men who have fought beside him through years of exile and danger. These are not just soldiers. These are men bound by shared hardship, by mutual survival, by bonds stronger than simple employment. When the battle ends and Richard lies dead on the field, Henry becomes King Henry VII, and one of his first acts as monarch is to formally establish the Yeomen of the Guard. On October 1st, 1485, 50 of these men, the same men who had protected him before he was king, escort him to his coronation. They are not just ceremonial, they are not just for show. They are a bodyguard whose loyalty has been tested in the most extreme circumstances possible. If they were going to betray Henry, they would have done it when he was a fugitive with no crown and no power. Now that he is king, their loyalty is as certain as anything in the medieval world can be. The yeomen are given a specific function, described in contemporary sources. They are to form a physical security shield wherever the king goes in the palace. Imagine it this way: Henry never walks alone. He never moves from chamber to chamber without these men lining the passage on both sides, creating a human barrier between their king and potential threats. When he dines, yeomen stand watch. When he attends chapel, they escort him with torches. When he sleeps, they guard the approaches to his bedchamber. The chronicler describes them as evermore standing by the ways and passages upon a row in both the sides where the king's highness should from chamber to chamber, or from one place to another at his goodly pleasure be removed. This is security as architecture. The yeomen are living walls, mobile fortifications that move with the king. But here is what makes this system interesting. Henry models it on foreign practices. Evidence suggests he copied elements from the Scottish bodyguard that protected the French king, a unit of Scottish soldiers who served French royalty specifically because they had no French tribal loyalties, no French family connections, no local entanglements that might compromise their duty. Foreigners make excellent bodyguards precisely because they are foreign. They cannot be drawn into domestic power struggles as easily. Their loyalty is to the person who employs them rather than to broader political factions. But even the best bodyguard system has vulnerabilities. Guards must sleep sometime, they must eat, they must be rotated out for rest. The protocols that Henry establishes specify that yeomen work in shifts, that they are constantly replaced so that fresh alert men are always on duty. But shift changes create moments of transition, moments when the guard is being briefed by the person they are replacing, moments when attention might waver. An assassin watching carefully could identify these moments and exploit them. And then there is the simple human factor, boredom, standing watch hour after hour, night after night. When nothing happens, your mind wanders. You think about your family, your aching feet, the meal you will eat when your shift ends. You're technically alert, but not truly vigilant. This is why military discipline is so important for royal guards. They must be trained to maintain focus even when every instinct says there is no threat, when weeks or months pass without incident. The one time they relax might be the one time an assassin acts. Let me tell you about the Varangian Guard, one of the most famous bodyguard units in medieval history. Starting in the late 10th century, the Byzantine emperors in Constantinople employed Scandinavian warriors, Vikings, essentially, as their personal bodyguards. These were formidable fighters, men from the far north who had no connection to Byzantine politics, no stake in the empire's internal struggles. They were paid extraordinarily well, which bought their loyalty, and they had a reputation for absolute faithfulness to whoever sat on the imperial throne. The Varangians guarded the emperor during the day and through the night. They stood watch outside the imperial bedchamber. They accompanied the emperor to the Hagia Sophia for religious services. They were present at every public appearance, every private meeting, every moment of vulnerability. And for centuries this system worked. Byzantine emperors faced many threats, but assassination by someone who had to go through the Varangian Guard was rare. The Vikings earned their pay, but even the Varangians could not protect against every threat. In 1042, Emperor Michael V tried to exile the Empress Zoe, who was beloved by the people of Constantinople. The Varangians were loyal to the emperor, yes, but the people of the city rioted, demanding Zoe's return. The emperor fled to a monastery seeking sanctuary. The Varangians, bound by their oath to protect the emperor, followed him there. But the mob was enormous and furious. Eventually Michael was dragged from the monastery, blinded and exiled. The Varangians, for all their skill and loyalty, could not protect an emperor from an entire city in rebellion. This highlights a crucial limitation of bodyguards. They can protect you from individuals or small groups, but not from systemic political collapse. If enough people want you dead, if the social contract that legitimizes your rule dissolves, no number of guards can save you. Medieval rulers who survived assassination attempts often did so not just through security measures, but through maintaining enough popular support and political legitimacy that mass opposition never coalesced. Now let us examine the nighttime specifically. Medieval castles were dark at night. Torches and candles provided some light, but vast areas remained in shadow. Guards patrolled with lanterns, but their light only extended so far. An assassin dressed in dark clothing could potentially move through unlit passages, waiting for the brief moment when a guard's back was turned. The architecture of castles helped somewhat. Long straight corridors meant fewer blind corners where someone could hide, but castles also had many small chambers, staircases, alcoves, places where a determined intruder might conceal themselves. The protocols for bedtime security were elaborate. Before the king retired, servants would prepare the chamber. In the case of English monarchs like Henry VIII, this preparation included having the gentlemen of the bedchamber kiss every part of the pillows and sheets they had touched, as we discussed earlier. The bed curtains would be inspected. The chamber pot would be checked. Yes, even that humble object represented a potential threat. Imagine a poison absorbed through contact with sensitive skin. The paranoia extended to every object, every surface, every item that would come near the royal body during the night. Once the king was in bed, guards would be posted outside the door. Not just one guard, but multiple guards who could watch each other. The theory was that a single guard might be bribed or fall asleep, but several guards watching each other would maintain vigilance. The door itself would be locked from the inside and the king kept the key. This created a problem, of course. If the king had a medical emergency during the night, valuable time would be lost unlocking doors and rousing guards. But the security was deemed more important than the convenience. Windows presented another challenge. Medieval castles had narrow windows designed for defense, hard to climb through, easy to shoot arrows from. But a determined assassin with the right tools and enough time might still manage entry through a window, especially on lower floors. So windows in royal bedchambers were often barred or shuttered from the inside. This made the room stuffy and dark, but it reduced the number of potential entry points. Despite all these precautions, some rulers simply could not sleep peacefully. The Russian Tsar Ivan the Terrible, who ruled in the 16th century, was so paranoid about assassination that he frequently changed where he slept, moving unpredictably between different rooms in his palace so that no one could predict where he would be on any given night. This is not a medieval example per se, but it illustrates an extreme response to the problem. If security cannot be perfect, at least make yourself an unpredictable target. Medieval sources also describe rulers who kept weapons within reach while they slept. A sword under the pillow, a dagger beneath the mattress. The logic was simple. If assassins somehow breached all the security and reached the bedchamber, the king should have at least a chance to defend himself. Of course, a groggy person waking from sleep is not exactly a formidable fighter, but the weapon provided psychological comfort if nothing else. It was doing something, taking some measure of self-protection even in the most vulnerable state. Let me share a case where all the security failed. In 1100, King William II of England, son of William the Conqueror, goes hunting in the New Forest. Now, this is not about sleeping security, but bear with me because it illustrates how personal protection worked in practice. William is hunting with a group of nobles, including Walter Tyrrell. At some point, an arrow strikes William in the chest, killing him almost instantly. The official story is that this was a hunting accident. Walter shot at a stag, missed, and the arrow deflected off a tree and hit the king. But many historians suspect assassination. Hunting accidents were convenient cover for murder. You have armed men in a forest, arrows flying, confusion and noise. If you wanted to kill a king and make it look accidental, a hunting trip was ideal. William's brother Henry, who became King Henry I, certainly benefited from the death. He was present at the hunt. He immediately rode to Winchester to secure the royal treasury before William's body was even cold. Suspicious? Perhaps. Provable? Never. The lesson here is that security has limits. William was surrounded by nobles, by armed men, by people who theoretically were his protectors, and yet if one of them decided to kill him, the opportunity existed. The bodyguards cannot protect you from each other. At some point you must trust someone to stand near you with a weapon, and that trust might be misplaced. Do you ever lie in bed at night and hear a sound, a creak, a rustle, something that does not quite belong? For a moment your heart races, your body tenses. Then you realize it is just the house settling, or the wind, or a pet moving around. You relax and go back to sleep. Medieval rulers lived with that spike of adrenaline constantly. Except for them, the sound might actually be an assassin. Every creak of a floorboard outside the chamber, every whisper in the corridor, every unusual shadow glimpsed through the bed curtains. Was it nothing, or was this the moment someone came to kill them? The psychological toll of this constant vigilance must have been exhausting. Imagine trying to fall asleep knowing that while you are unconscious, Your life depends entirely on guards outside your door remaining alert and loyal. You cannot verify their alertness while you are asleep. You cannot watch the watchers when your eyes are closed. You simply have to trust, and trust is a fragile foundation when power and violence are involved. Some rulers employed multiple layers of security specifically to address this. The outer door to the royal chambers might be guarded by regular soldiers. Then an inner door guarded by the elite bodyguard unit like the yeomen. Then perhaps a final door or curtain where only the most trusted servants had access. Each layer reduced the risk that a single point of failure, one bribed or sleeping guard, would lead to catastrophe. But it also made the rulers' sleeping quarters feel like a prison, surrounded by locked doors and armed Met, isolated from even their own household. There are accounts of medieval rulers who slept with a servant in the room, not for companionship but as an early warning system. The servant would sleep lightly near the door and would wake if anyone entered. This gave the ruler a few seconds of warning, time to reach for a weapon or cry out for help. Of course, this meant trusting the servant completely, trusting that they would not themselves be the assassin. Once again, we return to the central paradox. Security requires trust, but the people you trust have the access to kill you. The night watch was supposed to provide another layer of protection. Guards would patrol the castle throughout the night, checking that doors were secure, that no intruders had entered, that fires were banked safely, that everything was as it should be. These patrols moved on regular schedules, passing checkpoints at expected times. If a guard failed to appear when expected, it would trigger an alert. The system was designed to be self-checking, with the patrols verifying each other. But humans are creatures of habit. If the patrol passes at the same time every night, an assassin can time their movement around the patrol. Wait until the guard passes, then move quickly to your target, complete your task, and hide or escape before the next patrol arrives. The predictability that makes the system work also creates exploitable patterns. Some security-conscious rulers ordered that patrol times be randomized, that guards change routes unexpectedly, that nothing follow a completely predictable pattern. But this was difficult to maintain in practice. People like routine, guards especially, working through boring night shifts, fall into comfortable patterns. I want you to think about the absurdity of the situation. A medieval king lives in the most secure building in the realm. He has armies at his command, he has walls 30 feet thick. He has guards sworn to die protecting him. And yet he lies in his bed at night wondering if he will wake up in the morning. The fortress protects him from external enemies, but cannot guarantee safety from the people inside the fortress with him. The bedroom, despite all its locked doors and armed guards, remains a vulnerable space because sleep is vulnerable, because unconsciousness cannot be avoided, because every human being must eventually close their eyes and trust that the world will not murder them in the dark. The medieval solution was to make that trust as distributed as possible. Do not trust one guard, trust many guards watching each other. Do not trust one lock, use multiple barriers. Do not sleep in one place predictably, vary your location. Do not assume loyalty, test it constantly through small acts of surveillance and verification. Build redundancy into every system so that no single failure point can lead to assassination. And even then, pray, because ultimately all the security in the world could not eliminate the possibility that someone you trusted would betray you, that a guard would fall asleep, that an assassin would find a way through. But we have focused so far on strangers and servants, on guards and physicians, on people whose connection to the ruler is professional or political. There is one more category of assassin we must examine, one that cuts deepest precisely because the bonds are strongest. The people who share your blood, the family members who should love you but sometimes want you dead. In our next part, we will confront the most painful betrayals of all, the brothers who kill brothers, the children who murder parents, the family trees watered with the blood of kin. Because if you cannot trust your own family inside the castle walls, then truly you cannot trust anyone at all. Blood is supposed to be thicker than water. Family is supposed to be the bond you can count on when all other alliances fail. Your brother knows your history. Your sister shares your childhood. Your parents gave you life. These relationships are fundamental, primal, written into the very structure of human society, and yet in the medieval world, family became one of the most dangerous connections you could have. Because when thrones and power entered the equation, blood ties transformed from protection into threat. The person who shared your parents might also share your ambition for the crown, and in that competition, only one could win. There is particular cruelty to familial murder that transcends even the betrayals we've already explored. A guard who kills you is doing a job, however horrific. A physician who poisons you might be acting from orders or bribery, but a brother who stabs you, a mother who arranges your death. These are people who watched you grow, who sat at the same table for years, who knew your vulnerabilities not from observation but from shared experience. They exploit not just your trust, but your love, and that makes the betrayal cut deeper than any blade. Let us travel to the year 1357, to the vast steppes of Central Asia where the Golden Horde holds power. The Golden Horde is one of the successor states to Genghis Khan's Mongol Empire, controlling territories across Russia and Eastern Europe. Their Khan, Jani Beg, is a powerful ruler, but now he lies desperately ill. He knows he's dying, so he does what medieval rulers often did in such circumstances. He summons his son Berdi and has him anointed as the next Khan. The succession is secured. Power will pass smoothly from father to son. Everyone can relax. Except Berdi does not wait for his father to actually die. Why take the risk that the old man might recover? Why allow even the possibility that Jani Beg could change his mind, could revoke the anointing, could name a different heir? So Berdi, freshly anointed as successor, murders his own father while the man lies sick in bed. The chroniclers suggest that Jani Beg, who was himself a ruthless leader, probably approved of this decisiveness. Better a strong son who eliminates uncertainty than a weak son who waits patiently while rivals plot. But here is where the story becomes darkly fascinating. Berdi takes the throne and immediately executes 12 of his brothers. 12. He has 13 brothers total, and he kills all but one, a brother named Kulpa. Why does Kulpa survive? Perhaps Berdi thinks Kulpa is not a threat. Perhaps Kulpa convinces Berdi of his loyalty. Perhaps Berdi simply gets tired of fratricidal execution and decides 12 dead brothers is enough. Whatever the reason, Kulpa lives, and Kulpa begins scheming. Within 2 years, Kulpa has organized a conspiracy and has Berdi assassinated. Kulpa takes the throne in 1359. He has watched his father murdered by his brother, watched 12 of his other brothers executed by that same brother, and learned apparently that the way to survive in this family is to kill first. But the cycle does not end there. Almost immediately, Kulpa is poisoned on the orders of someone named Nurus Beg, who the sources variously describe as either another brother or possibly an impostor pretending to be a brother. The confusion in the chronicles suggests even contemporary observers could not keep track of all the murders happening within this one family. The Golden Horde, which had been one of the most powerful states in the world, essentially tears itself apart through this succession of family murders. Over the next few years, more than a dozen different people claim the title of Khan, many of them killing their predecessors to take power. The cycle of assassination becomes so rapid that the state loses cohesion. Regional governors stop obeying the centre because the centre keeps changing hands through murder. Eventually, the Golden Horde fragments into smaller Khanats that never recover their original power. One family, destroying itself through escalating revenge killings, effectively destroyed an empire. Now, you might think this is an extreme case, a product of particularly brutal Mongol succession practices. But the pattern appears throughout medieval Europe as well, just usually with more years between murders and more elaborate justifications. Consider the princes in the Tower, one of England's most enduring mysteries. In 1483, King Edward IV dies, leaving two young sons, 12-year-old Edward, who becomes King Edward V, and his younger brother Richard. Their uncle, also named Richard, is appointed protector of the realm until young Edward comes of age. But Richard, Duke of Gloucester, decides that protecting his nephew is less appealing than becoming king himself. He declares that Edward IV's marriage was invalid, which makes the boys illegitimate and removes their claim to the throne. Richard III is crowned instead. The boys are moved to the Tower of London. At this point in history, the Tower was both a royal residence and a prison, so this move is ambiguous. Are they being protected or imprisoned? We know they are seen playing in the Tower grounds initially. Then the sightings become less frequent, and then they are never seen again. What happened to the princes in the Tower remains one of history's unresolved questions. Most historians believe Richard III had them killed, probably smothered in their beds to avoid visible wounds. Two small skeletons were found buried in the Tower centuries later, but they have never been definitively identified as the princes. Richard's supporters claim he had no motive to kill them once they had been declared illegitimate. They were no longer threats. His detractors point out that as long as the boys lived, they could be rallying points for rebellions claiming to restore them to the throne. Dead boys cannot attract rebellions. Whether Richard personally ordered their deaths or simply allowed it to happen through negligence, the stain on his reputation was permanent. Shakespeare's later portrayal of Richard as a scheming, child-murdering villain is probably exaggerated and certainly politically motivated. Shakespeare was writing under a Tudor queen whose grandfather had defeated Richard and taken the throne. But the image stuck because it resonated with what people already suspected. An uncle who seizes the throne while his young nephews conveniently disappear. The obvious conclusion was murder, and Richard never successfully defended himself against that conclusion. The tragedy of the princes illustrates something important about family murder in medieval politics. Children are particularly vulnerable. They cannot defend themselves, they cannot build political alliances, they cannot even understand the danger they represent simply by existing. A 12-year-old boy just wants to play and learn and grow up. But to his ambitious uncle, that boy is an obstacle to power, and obstacles get removed. Let me take you to a different kind of family murder, one motivated not by ambition for the throne, but by revenge and ideology. In the year 929 we already discussed good King Wenceslaus of Bohemia being killed by his brother Boleslaus. But let us examine the family dynamics more carefully this time. Wenceslaus and Boleslaus are raised in a household divided by religion. Their grandmother Ludmilla is Christian. Their mother Drahomira is pagan. When their father dies and their mother rules as regent, Christian Ludmilla loses influence and eventually retires to her estate. But then, and here is where it gets truly dark, Drahomira sends assassins to kill Ludmilla. Her own mother-in-law, the grandmother of her children, is strangled to death on Drahomira's orders. Why? Because Ludmilla represents the Christian faction, and Drahomira wants to restore pagan power. So Ludmilla becomes one of the first martyrs of Bohemian Christianity, murdered by a family order. Wenceslaus grows up knowing his mother killed his grandmother. That knowledge shapes him, drives him toward his grandmother's faith, makes him determined to Christianize Bohemia. And then, As we know, Boleslaus kills Wenceslaus, possibly with their mother's approval or at least knowledge. So we have a family where the mother-in-law is murdered by the daughter-in-law, then the grandson is murdered, possibly at the instigation of the woman who killed his grandmother. 3 generations bound by blood, destroying each other over religion and power. When Wenceslaus is later canonized as a saint and martyr, Boleslaus must live with the knowledge that he killed a saint, that his brother's reputation grows in death while his own is forever stained. Did he regret it? The sources do not say. He ruled for 34 years, apparently successfully. But he ruled knowing he was a fratricide, knowing that the Christmas carols celebrating his brother were also implicitly condemning him. Family murder often created this strange inversion of values. The person who loses the immediate power struggle, who is killed, sometimes wins the longer moral and historical battle. Wenceslaus becomes a beloved saint. Birdie, who murdered his father and 12 brothers, is remembered as a monster whose actions destroyed an empire. Edward V is an innocent victim of his uncle's ambition. The killers get power in the moment, but infamy in history. Although I suppose if you are dead, it is cold comfort that history will remember you well. Sometimes family murder was not about taking power, but about preventing someone else from having it. In Scotland, which as we have discussed seems to have had more than its share of family violence, King Malcolm II dies in 1034. He has no sons, so succession is complicated. His grandson Duncan eventually takes the throne, but not without opposition from other branches of the family who also have legitimate claims under Scottish succession law. Duncan rules for 6 years before being killed in battle in 1040 by Macbeth. Yes, that Macbeth, though Shakespeare's play is wildly inaccurate about the historical details. Macbeth is Duncan's cousin. They are family, and Macbeth's claim to the throne is arguably as legitimate as Duncan's was under the Tannis system used in Scotland, where succession did not automatically pass from father to son, but was decided among adult male relatives. But legitimacy aside, Macbeth kills Duncan in battle and takes the throne. He rules successfully for 17 years before Duncan's son Malcolm III, who has been in exile in England, invades Scotland and kills Macbeth in 1057. So we have cousin killing cousin, then the victim's son growing up to kill his father's killer. The cycle of revenge spans decades. Does Malcolm III feel justified in killing Macbeth? Almost certainly. He is avenging his father, reclaiming what he sees as his rightful throne. Does this make him a murderer? Technically, yes, but medieval people would have called it justice. The lines blur when family, legitimacy, and revenge intersect. Macbeth probably saw his killing of Duncan as legitimate succession struggle. Malcolm probably saw his killing of Macbeth as righteous vengeance. Both are family members killing family members, but the moral framework they use to justify it makes all the difference in how history remembers them. Let me ask you something. If you knew your brother wanted you dead because you stood between him and power, what would you do? Try to reconcile? Try to reach some compromise where you both survive? Or would you strike first, eliminating the threat before it eliminates you? Medieval rulers face this calculation constantly. The moment you suspect a family member is plotting against you, you have limited options. You can confront them, which might provoke them to act immediately. You can ignore it and hope you are wrong, which might get you killed. Or you can act first, killing them before they kill you, which makes you the murderer but keeps you alive. This is the poisonous logic of succession struggles. Once distrust enters the family, it metastasizes. If I think my brother might kill me, I should probably kill him first. But if I kill him, his supporters will want revenge, which means I need to kill them too. And their families will want revenge, so the killing spreads. It is a logic that feeds on itself. creating cycles of murder that span generations. The Golden Horde is an extreme example, but the pattern appears everywhere in medieval politics. Family trees watered with blood, growing branches of revenge that stretch across decades. And what about the survivors, the ones who live through these family murders? In 1483, when Richard III takes the throne and the princes disappear, there is another family member involved, Elizabeth Woodville, the boy's mother. She had been Queen of England, powerful and secure. Now her sons are missing, almost certainly dead, and her brother and one of her sons from a previous marriage have been executed by Richard. She takes sanctuary in Westminster Abbey with her daughters, living in church protection because she fears Richard will kill them all. Eventually, she negotiates with Richard, leaves sanctuary, and apparently makes some kind of peace with the man who probably murdered her sons. What does that take? What kind of psychological compartmentalization is required to smile at the man you believe killed your children? But she has surviving daughters to protect. She has her own life to preserve. So she performs the rituals of reconciliation, plays her role in Richard's court, and waits. When Henry Tudor defeats Richard at Bosworth Field 2 years later, Elizabeth's daughter marries Henry, becoming Queen Elizabeth of York and mother to the Tudor dynasty. So in the end, the family line continues, power is regained, but the murdered boys are never coming back. This is what family murder leaves behind. Survivors carrying trauma, carrying grief, carrying the knowledge that they shared a table and a bloodline with someone who killed someone they loved. Medieval sources rarely explore these emotional dimensions. We get the facts of death, but not the psychology of survival. But we can infer the weight of it. How do you trust family ever again after watching one relative murder another? How do you raise your own children knowing that their cousins or uncles or siblings might someday see them as obstacles to be eliminated? Some families developed reputations for particularly vicious internal violence. The Carolingian dynasty, which ruled much of Europe in the 8th and 9th centuries, engaged in repeated civil wars between brothers, cousins, and uncles. Sons rebelled against fathers. Brothers carved up kingdoms and then fought over the borders. The family that Charlemagne built into an empire tore itself apart within a few generations through constant infighting. Similarly, the Plantagenet dynasty in England, spanning from Henry II through the early 15th century, is marked by sons rebelling against fathers, brothers fighting brothers, cousins disputing succession. It is almost as if power itself is poisonous to family bonds, corroding love into competition. And yet some medieval families managed to avoid this fate. They found ways to structure succession that reduced conflict. They created mechanisms for younger sons to gain lands and titles without threatening the primary heir. They arranged marriages that gave family members alternative sources of power and prestige. It was possible to be powerful and to maintain family unity. It was just much, much harder than giving in to the temptation to eliminate rivals who happen to be relatives. The question that haunts me is whether these murderers felt guilt. When Bertie killed his father, did he hesitate? Did he justify it to himself as necessary? Did he lie awake at night thinking about what he had done? When Boleslaus saw his brother Wenceslaus bleeding on the church steps, did he feel satisfaction or horror? Medieval sources rarely give us this kind of internal perspective. We know what happened. We rarely know how the killers felt about it. Occasionally we hear about deathbed confessions or later expressions of regret. But these might be politically motivated rather than genuinely remorseful. What we do know is that family murder, for all its brutality, was often effective in the short term. The person willing to kill their relatives frequently gained power and held it. The moral cost was enormous, but power was the prize, and for many medieval rulers, that prize justified almost any cost. They lived in a world where sentiment was weakness and hesitation was fatal. If your brother needed to die for you to be secure on the throne, then your brother died. It was that simple and that terrible. As our candles burn lower and these stories settle into the shadows, we have explored nearly every category of medieval assassination. We have seen murders in bedrooms and at banquets, by poison and by blade, by strangers and by family. But there is one dimension we have not yet examined: the architecture itself. The castle was meant to protect, but as we briefly noted early on, its very structure created vulnerabilities. Every stronghold has its weaknesses, its hidden passages, its overlooked corners, and the assassins who studied these weaknesses most carefully found ways to turn fortifications into traps. Let us turn our attention now to the stones themselves, to the secret ways and forgotten doors, to the architectural vulnerabilities that no amount of guards could fully secure. Stone and mortar carefully laid by master masons who understood the principles of defence. Walls thick enough to withstand battering rams. Towers positioned to provide overlapping fields of fire. Gatehouses designed with multiple barriers and murder holes where defenders could rain death on attackers. Every castle was a testament to architectural ingenuity, a fortress built to be impregnable, and yet every castle also contained the seeds of its own vulnerability. Because buildings are not just walls, there are also spaces between walls. Passages for servants, drains for waste, ventilation shafts for air, secret routes for emergency escape, and every one of these practical necessities could become, in the hands of a determined assassin, a pathway to murder. We've already encountered the latrine as a site of assassination. Godfrey the Hunchback, you will recall, killed by someone who either hid in the toilet chamber or, in the more horrifying version, climbed up through the waste chute from outside the castle. But let us examine this vulnerability more carefully, because it reveals something fundamental about castle design. Medieval latrines, called guardrobes, were typically small rooms jutting out from the main castle wall. They had a stone seat with a hole that dropped waste directly down a shaft to the outside, either into a moat or a cesspit, or simply down the side of the castle wall. This design was practical. It removed waste from the living areas. It required no complex plumbing, and in theory the shaft was too narrow and too disgusting for anyone to use as an entry point. But theory and practice sometimes diverge. A determined assassin, willing to endure absolutely horrific conditions, could potentially climb up these waste shafts. They were vertical but often had rough stone surfaces that provided handholds. They were dark, which provided concealment, and they led directly into private chambers where nobility would be alone and vulnerable. The fact that this happened more than once in medieval history suggests that despite the obvious revulsion involved, the method was effective enough to be worth attempting. Castle designers eventually caught on and started making waste shafts with turns and offsets that made climbing impossible, or installing iron grates at the bottom, or other defensive measures. But in older castles, the latrine remained a weak point. The very necessity of human biology created an architectural vulnerability that no amount of military engineering could completely eliminate without making the castle unlivable. Let me take you now to Château Gaillard in Normandy, in the year 1204. This castle was built by Richard the Lionheart, one of England's most famous warrior kings. Richard personally supervised much of the design, incorporating advanced defensive features that made Château Gaillard one of the most formidable fortresses in Europe. The castle sits on a cliff above the Seine River, commanding the valley. Its walls are massive. Its design includes multiple baileys, separate defensive zones, so that even if attackers breach the outer walls, they face additional fortifications. Richard was proud of this castle. He reportedly said he could hold it even if its walls were made of butter. But Richard died in 1199. and by 1204 the castle is held by French forces, and King Philip Augustus of France is besieging it. The siege drags on for months. The defenders are well supplied and determined. The castle lives up to Richard's boast. It seems impregnable. Philip's forces try everything. Siege engines, mining operations, direct assaults. Nothing works. The outer bailey is eventually taken, then the middle bailey, but the inner keep remains secure. And then one of Philip's soldiers notices something. A chapel window at the base of the inner bailey. It is a small window, barely large enough for a man to squeeze through, and it is unguarded. Why is it unguarded? Probably because it seems too small and too inconvenient to be a real threat. Windows in medieval castles were deliberately narrow for defensive purposes, but this particular window, serving a chapel in a less used part of the fortification, has been overlooked in the defensive planning. A small group of French soldiers, perhaps 5 or 6 men, manage to squeeze through this window. They find themselves inside the castle behind the defences. They wait until night, then open the main gates from the inside. The French army pours in. Château Gaillard, Richard's impregnable fortress, falls not because its walls were breached, but because someone left a window unguarded. The lesson here is that castles are only as strong as their weakest point, and sometimes the weakest point is something so minor, so seemingly insignificant, that defenders overlook it. A window too small to be worth guarding becomes the entry point for an army. This principle applies to assassination as well. The king might have guards at every door, but what about the servants' entrance, the wine cellar, the passageway used only by laundresses? Every functional castle has numerous access points that support daily operations, and each one is a potential vulnerability. Secret passages add another layer of complexity. Many medieval castles had hidden routes designed for emergency escape. If the castle was being overrun, the lord and his family could use these passages to flee to safety. Some passages led to nearby churches, exploiting the right of sanctuary. Others led to tunnels that emerged outside the castle walls, sometimes hundreds of feet away, disguised as natural caves or hidden in forests. These escape routes were closely guarded secrets, known only to the family and perhaps a few trusted advisors. But secrets have a way of escaping. A servant overhears a conversation. A construction worker remembers the layout from when the passage was built. A prisoner being held in the castle notices unusual drafts or sounds that suggest hidden spaces. And once someone knows about a secret passage, its function inverts. Instead of being an escape route, it becomes an infiltration route. The door that was meant to let you out can also let enemies in. In 1440, at the Château de Blain in Brittany, there is a famous case of a secret passage being used for abduction rather than assassination. But the principle is the same. The lord's son is kidnapped from within the supposedly secure castle because the kidnappers knew about a hidden entrance. How did they know? Possibly from a disgruntled servant, possibly from careful observation, possibly from documents or maps that should have been destroyed. The point is that architectural secrets, like human secrets, rarely remain secret forever. Staircases presented their own challenges. In medieval castles, staircases in towers typically spiral clockwise as you ascend. Why? Because this gives defenders coming down the stairs an advantage. If you are descending clockwise, your right hand, your sword hand, is on the inside of the spiral where there is more room to swing. An attacker coming up has their right hand on the outside where the wall restricts movement. This is defensive architecture based on the assumption that you are defending from above. But if an assassin is already inside the castle, already past the outer defences, this design feature works against you. The assassin ascending has the disadvantage, yes, but if they reach you in your chamber, the stairs are no longer relevant. Moreover, spiral staircases are dark. Even with torches at intervals, There are shadows, blind corners, places where someone could wait. A person familiar with the castle, a servant, a guard, anyone who knows the layout, could position themselves in these shadows and strike as their target passes. The very architecture designed to defend against external enemies creates ambush points for internal threats. Let me tell you about a siege technique that, while not directly about assassination, reveals how architectural vulnerabilities could be exploited. Mining. Besieging armies would sometimes dig tunnels under castle walls, remove the foundation stones, replace them with wooden props, and then burn the props. When the wood burned through, the wall above would collapse. Castles with square towers were particularly vulnerable at the corners, which bore the most structural stress. Later castles adopted round towers specifically to eliminate these weak points. But here is the interesting part. Defenders could countermine, digging their own tunnels to intercept the enemy's tunnel. Underground battles would occur in these narrow, dark passages beneath the castle, and occasionally these defensive tunnels remained after the siege ended. They became forgotten spaces known perhaps to the miners who dug them, but not recorded in official plans. Years or decades later, someone exploring the castle cellars might discover these tunnels and realize they provided hidden access under the walls. What was once a defensive measure becomes a vulnerability. Ventilation shafts and chimneys created similar problems. Every fireplace needs a chimney. Every chamber needs some way for air to circulate or it becomes suffocating. These necessities created vertical shafts running through the castle structure. In theory, they are too narrow for a person to climb. In practice, a small determined individual might manage to squeeze through, especially in older castles where chimney construction was less sophisticated. There are accounts, difficult to verify but persistent in castle lore, of assassins using chimneys to reach upper floors, emerging covered in soot into rooms where occupants never expected anyone to appear. The gatehouse, despite being the most heavily defended part of any castle, also had vulnerabilities. It needed to function, drawbridge had to lower, gates had to open, portcullis had to raise. All of these mechanisms required chains, counterweights, winches, and the machinery to operate them. This machinery was typically housed in chambers above or beside the gate. If someone could access these chambers and sabotage the mechanisms, they could prevent the gate from closing or cause it to open at an inopportune time. A bribed guard or a servant with access could do tremendous damage with a few cut chains or broken gears. And then there were the murder holes, ironic name in this context. These were openings in the ceiling of the gatehouse passage, designed so that defenders could drop stones, pour boiling oil, or shoot arrows down onto attackers who had breached the outer gate. But these holes worked both ways. Someone on the ground level could, with the right equipment, potentially climb up through them or at least observe troop movements and defensive positions. Again, a feature designed for defense could provide information or access to someone who was supposed to be on the defending side but who had other loyalties. Water systems presented fascinating vulnerabilities. Castles needed water, especially during sieges. Many had wells dug deep into the bedrock, ensuring access to water even if completely surrounded. But wells are vertical shafts, and shafts can be climbed. Some castles experienced assassination attempts or infiltrations via the well, dangerous and difficult certainly, but possible for someone desperate or dedicated enough. Other castles had aqueducts bringing water from springs or streams outside the walls. These aqueducts, if large enough for maintenance access, could potentially be used by infiltrators. Castle designers tried to put iron grates at entry points, but iron can be cut given enough time and the right tools. Do you see the pattern? Every practical necessity of castle life created a potential weakness. You need toilets, so you build latrines with waste chutes. You need water, so you dig wells or build aqueducts. You need light and air, so you make windows and ventilation shafts. You need to escape if the castle falls, so you build secret passages. You need to defend the gate, so you create murder holes and machinery chambers. And every one of these features, designed for legitimate purposes, can be exploited by someone with ill intent and sufficient knowledge of the castle's layout. This is why castle constables, the officers responsible for castle security, were often obsessive about controlling information. Maps and plans of the castle were closely guarded. Servants who worked in sensitive areas were carefully vetted. Construction workers who built or repaired fortifications might be kept under watch, or even prevented from leaving after major projects, lest they sell information about new defences to enemies. The architecture itself was a military secret, and maintaining that secrecy was crucial to security. But secrets are hard to keep in a place where hundreds of people live and work. The maid cleaning chambers knows where doors lead. The mason repairing a wall learns about the structure. The guard on night duty discovers which passages are used and which are forgotten. Gradually, the castle's secrets spread through the community of people who inhabit it, and any one of them might be approached by someone offering gold for information. Where does the Lord sleep? Which rooms have windows that can be reached from outside? Are there any forgotten passages? Where are the guards positioned at night? The siege of Dover Castle in 1216 provides another example of architectural exploitation. During the conflict between King John and rebel barons, the barons besieged Dover with French support. They attempted to mine under the castle walls, and they partially succeeded. A section of wall was brought down, but the garrison managed to erect a wooden palisade behind the breach and continued defending. The mining operation, while it created a vulnerability, was not enough to take the castle because the defenders adapted quickly. The lesson is that static defences can be overcome with engineering, but human adaptability and determination can compensate for architectural failure. This brings us to an uncomfortable truth. The strongest fortress is only as effective as the people defending it. You can build walls 30 feet thick, but if your guards are lazy or bribed, those walls mean nothing. You can design elaborate layered defences, but if someone opens a postern gate from the inside, attackers bypass everything. You can keep your architectural secrets carefully hidden, but if one person with knowledge betrays that information, all your precautions collapse. The castle is hardware, the garrison is software, and software vulnerabilities are often harder to patch than hardware problems. Consider the case of Béziers during the Albigensian Crusade in 1209. The city has strong walls and a good defensive position. The crusading army besieges it, but taking the city by assault would be costly. Then, in what must go down as one of history's great military blunders, the defenders open the gates to launch a sortie, an attack on the besiegers. This is a legitimate tactic when done carefully, but in this case they fail to maintain control of the gate. Crusaders rush through the open gate before the defenders can close it. The city falls in hours. 20,000 people are massacred in the aftermath, all because someone opened a gate at the wrong time or failed to close it quickly enough. You might be wondering, what does this have to do with assassination inside castles? The connection is this. The architectural vulnerabilities that allowed armies to infiltrate castles also allowed individual assassins to reach their targets. The same latrine shaft that Godfrey's killer used could have been used to infiltrate an entire small squad if the assassin had wanted accomplices. The same forgotten passages and overlooked windows that we have discussed were accessible to anyone who knew about them, whether they commanded an army or were a single determined killer with a grudge and a blade. And here is perhaps the most disturbing realization. Castle defenders were primarily thinking about external military threats. They prepared for armies, for siege engines, for enemy soldiers trying to break through gates or climb walls. They were less prepared for the solo infiltrator, the insider threat, the person who did not need to breach walls because they already had access. An assassin needed to reach one person, not capture a fortress. Their objective was measured in seconds, the time needed to strike a fatal blow, not the weeks or months of a military siege. This made them harder to stop because they required less, risked less, and could exploit vulnerabilities that military planners overlooked. As we've walked through these stone corridors, examined these architectural secrets, explored these hidden vulnerabilities, a picture emerges of castles as complex systems where security and functionality must coexist. And in that coexistence, gaps emerge. Small gaps mostly, insignificant gaps often, but gaps nonetheless. And in medieval courts where power meant life and enmity meant death, even a small gap was enough. Enough for poison to enter, enough for a blade to strike, enough for an assassin to turn the fortress that promised protection into the tomb that delivered death. We have journeyed through many dark passages in these medieval castles, through poisoned cups and secret betrayals, through family murders and architectural vulnerabilities. But our exploration is not yet complete, because all of this violence, all these assassinations, all these deaths, they had consequences beyond the immediate victims. They created questions that medieval society had to answer. How do you investigate such crimes? How do you pursue justice when the powerful are involved? How do you convict someone when evidence is scarce and witnesses are afraid? The medieval justice system, crude and often ineffective, nevertheless tried to respond to these assassinations, and in the final parts of our journey, we will see how medieval courts attempted to solve murders, punish killers, and impose some semblance of order on a world drowning in blood. Justice in the medieval imagination was supposed to be swift and certain. God sees all, truth will out. The guilty cannot hide from divine judgment or earthly courts. But this was theory, beautiful theory, taught in churches and proclaimed in legal codes. Reality was messier, much messier, because when a body was found with a dagger in its back, or when a nobleman died suspiciously after dinner, or when a king simply disappeared from his locked chamber, someone had to investigate. Someone had to gather evidence, question witnesses, determine guilt, and that someone was working with tools and methods that were, to put it charitably, primitive. Medieval justice tried its best to solve murders. Sometimes it even succeeded, but more often the guilty walked free while the innocent suffered, and truth remained buried alongside the victims. Let us begin with a relatively successful investigation, one that shows what medieval justice could accomplish when resources and determination aligned. The date is November 23rd, 1407. Yes, we have mentioned this assassination before when discussing feast murders, but now we will examine what happened after. Louis, Duke of Orléans, lies dead in a Paris street, his body horribly mutilated by 15 masked assassins. This is not a quiet poisoning that might be explained away. This is a public butchery that cannot be ignored. The city is in shock. The royal family demands answers, and Guillaume de Tignonville, the provost of Paris, essentially the city's chief law enforcement officer, must somehow solve this high-profile murder. De Tignonville does something remarkable for the medieval period. He conducts an actual investigation. He immediately orders all city gates closed to prevent the assassins from escaping. He goes to the crime scene himself and examines Louis's body, noting the extent and nature of the injuries. He has his officers investigate a nearby house that the killers apparently used as a staging area before the attack. And then, over several days, he does something that sounds modern, but was unusual for his time. He interviews witnesses, dozens of witnesses, systematically. The broker who rented the house to the murderers is questioned. What did they look like? How did they pay? What did they say? Vendors who sold supplies to people using that house are tracked down and interviewed. What did they buy? When? Can you describe them? Slowly, methodically, de Tignonville pieces together a picture of a large, well-funded conspiracy. The assassins did not act alone. They had resources. They had support. They had inside information about Lewis's schedule and route. The investigation leads inevitably to John the Fearless, Duke of Burgundy. John initially denies involvement, but the evidence is overwhelming. Witnesses place his men at the scene. The financial trail leads back to Burgundian sources. Eventually, John stops denying and instead justifies the murder, arguing that Louis was a tyrant who threatened the kingdom and that his death was necessary. The fact that John essentially admits to ordering the assassination is remarkable. He calculated, correctly as it turned out, that he was powerful enough to escape serious punishment. What I find fascinating about this case is that de Tignonville solved it without using torture. Medieval investigations often relied heavily on torture to extract confessions, but de Tignonville used what we would recognize as detective work, examining crime scenes, following money, interviewing witnesses, building a case through accumulated evidence. This was not common practice. It was exceptional. And it worked. He identified the conspirators, traced the plot back to its source, and created a detailed record of what happened. That he could not then punish the guilty, John the Fearless was too powerful and too well connected, does not diminish the quality of the investigation itself. But de Tignonville's success was unusual. Most medieval murder investigations were far less sophisticated and far less successful. Let me show you what was typical by examining the role of the coroner in medieval England. When someone died unexpectedly or violently, a royal official called a coroner was responsible for investigating. The word coroner comes from corona, meaning crown. These were the crown's officers responsible for protecting royal interests, including investigating deaths that might involve criminal activity. The coroner would be summoned to view the body, ideally at the location where death occurred. He would assemble a jury of 12 to 24 men from the local area. These were not professional investigators. They were farmers, merchants, craftsmen, ordinary people with no special training in examining evidence or determining cause of death. The coroner and jury would examine the body, looking for wounds or other signs of violence. They would question anyone who might have information. And then they would render a verdict about how the person died and who, if anyone, was responsible. The coroner's rolls, the written records of these investigations, still survive for some regions of medieval England. They make for fascinating but often frustrating reading. Here is an example from Oxford in 1296, translated from the Latin. It came to pass on the Saturday, the morrow of St. Thomas the Apostle, in the 25th year of King Edward, that a clerk named David de Tremptwy died in his lodging, where he abode towards the east gate of Oxford. And the same day he was viewed by Adam de Spalding, coroner of Oxford, and he had a wound with a long knife under the left breast, very deep. The record then lists the members of the jury and notes that they do not know who killed David. The case, as far as we can tell, was never solved. This pattern repeats throughout the coroner's rolls: body found, wound described, killer unknown. Medieval criminal investigation had severe limitations. There was no forensic science, no way to analyze blood or determine time of death with precision. There were no fingerprints, no DNA, no surveillance cameras. If no one witnessed the crime and the killer was not immediately obvious, solving the murder was extremely difficult. And even when the killer was known or suspected, bringing them to justice was another matter entirely. Capture rates for murderers were abysmal. Studies of medieval English legal records suggest that in many regions, only 12 to 20% of homicide cases resulted in conviction. The majority of killers simply fled and were never caught. They would be declared outlaws, literally outside the protection of law, which meant anyone could kill them without penalty. But outlawry only works if the outlaw can be found. Many fled to different regions, changed their names, started new lives. Without centralized police forces or effective communication between jurisdictions, tracking fugitives was nearly possible. Those killers who were caught had numerous ways to escape punishment. Claims of self-defense were common and often successful. If you could argue that the victim attacked you first and you killed them in legitimate defense of your life, you might be acquitted even if the story was dubious. Killings committed in hot blood, sudden passion rather than premeditated murder, were also viewed more leniently. The medieval legal system made distinctions between types of homicide, and only the most cold-blooded, deliberate murders resulted in death sentences. Even convicted murderers had escape options. You could bribe officials. Corruption was endemic in medieval legal systems. A wealthy killer could often pay their way to freedom or at least a reduced sentence. You could claim benefit of clergy. If you could read even a single passage of Latin from the Bible, you could argue that you were a cleric and should be tried in church courts where capital punishment was not allowed. This loophole was so widely exploited that some criminals memorized the standard test passage without actually being able to read, just to have this escape route available. You could also negotiate a pardon. Royal pardons were surprisingly common in medieval England. If you confessed and provided information about your accomplices, becoming what was called an approver, you might receive leniency in exchange for testimony against others. Or you could simply wait it out in prison until some royal occasion, a coronation, a military victory, a holiday, prompted a general amnesty releasing prisoners. Medieval rulers issued pardons frequently, sometimes for political reasons, sometimes to reduce overcrowding in jails, sometimes simply because they were in a generous mood. The result of all these escape routes was that medieval society was, quite literally, full of murderers walking free, people who had killed others but who had never been punished, or who had served minimal sentences, or who had fled justice and were living under new identities. This presumably did not encourage people to avoid killing. If the chances of being caught are low, and the chances of punishment, even if caught, are lower still, murder becomes a more attractive option for settling disputes. But some murders received more attention than others. When nobles killed nobles, or when the victim was powerful or well-connected, investigations became more thorough and punishments more likely. This was not justice so much as political necessity. High-profile murders required high-profile responses to maintain social order and demonstrate that even the powerful could not kill with complete impunity. Though as we have seen with John the Fearless and others, even this principle had limits. If the killer was powerful enough, justice became negotiable. Let me tell you about a case that demonstrates both the possibilities and the limitations of medieval justice. In 1381, during the Peasants' Revolt in England, the Archbishop of Canterbury, Simon of Sudbury, was dragged from the Tower of London and beheaded by rebels. This was murder, clearly, execution without trial, killing of a high church official, the kind of crime that demanded response. When the revolt was crushed, the authorities hunted down participants. Many were executed. Justice of a sort was done. But here is the complication. The revolt had thousands of participants. Identifying who specifically killed the archbishop was difficult. Many people were present. Many struck blows or shouted encouragement. Who bears the guilt? Medieval law struggled with collective responsibility. If a mob kills someone, do you punish everyone in the mob? The ringleaders, random individuals as examples? The solution adopted was strategic justice. Punish enough people to demonstrate that rebellion will be answered with death, but not so many that you create martyrs or further instability. Some rebels were hanged, most were eventually pardoned, and life went on. This pragmatic approach to justice, where punishment serves political purposes rather than moral principles, characterized much of medieval legal practice. Justice was not blind. Justice saw wealth, power, connections, and political expediency. It judged accordingly. A poor peasant who killed another poor peasant might hang if caught. A wealthy noble who killed a rival would probably negotiate compensation to the victim's family and walk away with reputation intact. The system was not designed to be fair. It was designed to maintain order while accommodating the reality of unequal power. Torture deserves special mention in any discussion of medieval justice, though not for the reasons people often assume. Yes, medieval authorities used torture to extract confessions, but there were rules and limitations. Torture could only be applied when there was already substantial evidence of guilt, what they called half-proof, such as one eyewitness or circumstantial evidence like possession of the murder weapon. You could not simply torture anyone you suspected. There had to be a foundation of evidence first. Moreover, confessions obtained through torture were not automatically accepted. The accused had to repeat the confession later, outside the torture chamber, for it to be valid, and the confession had to include details that could be independently verified. You could not simply confess to anything to stop the pain. You had to provide information that matched known facts. These safeguards were designed to prevent false confessions, though how effective they were in practice is debatable. Historians once believed medieval torture was ubiquitous and unrestrained, but modern scholarship suggests it was more regulated and less common than popular imagination assumes. Still, the threat of torture was a powerful investigative tool. Simply knowing that torture might be applied probably convinced many guilty parties to confess without actually being tortured. And innocent people, fearing torture, might also confess to crimes they did not commit. The system was imperfect, to say the least. The question that haunts me when I read medieval legal records is, how many innocent people were punished? We know the guilty often escaped. We can reasonably assume the innocent sometimes did not. A person in the wrong place at the wrong time, someone with a previous grudge against the victim, a stranger who looked suspicious. Medieval juries were not always careful about evidence. They made assumptions based on reputation, appearance, social class. If you were already marginal, a beggar, a foreigner, someone with a criminal past, you became an easy target when someone needed to be blamed. And what about the assassinations we have been discussing throughout this journey? How many of those were actually investigated? How many resulted in punishment? The answer is very few. When Wenceslaus was killed by his brother Boleslaus, no investigation occurred. Boleslaus took power and ruled for decades. When the princes in the tower disappeared, there was suspicion but no official investigation, no charges filed, no trial. Richard III faced battlefield justice, death at Bosworth, but not legal justice for whatever happened to those boys. When family members killed each other for thrones, the murder was often acknowledged but accepted as part of political reality. Medieval justice was better at handling common crime than political assassination. A tavern brawl that ended in death? The coroner could investigate that, identify the killer and have him outlawed or hanged. But a duke poisoned at a feast? A king stabbed in his bedchamber by persons unknown? These crimes were too complicated, too dangerous, too entangled with power for the justice system to effectively address. Investigators who pushed too hard might find themselves becoming victims. Witnesses who spoke too freely might suffer accidents. The powerful protected their own, and the justice system had to navigate carefully between maintaining order and avoiding conflict with those who could destroy it. Let me share one more case that encapsulates the frustrations of medieval justice. In 1305, in Northamptonshire, England, a man named Nicholas le Despenser was found dead. The coroner's roll records that he was killed by persons unknown. 6 years later, in 1311, the coroner's rolls record that a man confessed to killing Nicholas le Despenser. 6 years to solve the case. And we do not know what prompted the confession: guilt, torture, a deal to avoid punishment for another crime. The records do not say, they simply note the confession and move on. No detail about motive, no explanation of why justice took 6 years. Just another entry in the endless catalogue of medieval violence. So as we contemplate justice in this world of castle murders and political assassinations, we must acknowledge its severe limitations. The best investigators, like Guillaume de Tignonville, could solve cases through skill and determination, but they could not always punish the guilty, especially when the guilty were powerful. The typical investigation was far less competent, conducted by untrained locals making educated guesses, and the whole system was riddled with escape routes for anyone with resources or connections. Medieval justice tried. It established procedures, kept records, conducted inquiries, but it succeeded only intermittently, and failure was far more common than success. The medieval world had to live with this reality. Most murders went unsolved, most killers went unpunished, most victims had no justice beyond whatever revenge their families might manage to extract. It was a violent world made more violent by the near certainty that violence would not be effectively answered. And yet, society functioned. People went about their lives. Justice was hoped for even when it was not expected. And perhaps that hope, however fragile, was what separated medieval civilization from complete barbarism. Not the reality of justice, but the belief that justice should exist, that it mattered, that someday it might actually work. But there is one final shadow we have not yet examined, one that looms over all these stories of murder and failed justice. These were not just random killings. They were part of a larger tapestry of violence, a culture where assassination was a tool, where murder was a strategy, where professional killers operated with terrifying efficiency. We have mentioned them briefly, the Hashishin, the assassins who gave their name to the English language. But their story, and the broader culture of professional political murder they represent, deserves closer examination. Because they were not just killers, they were artists of death, practitioners of a craft, believers in a cause. And their legacy extends far beyond the medieval period, teaching lessons about fear, fanaticism, and the power of reputation. Let us turn now to those who made assassination not just an act, but an identity. Fear has a peculiar power. It spreads faster than truth, lingers longer than memory, and shapes behavior more effectively than law. And in the medieval world, no group understood this power better than the Nizari Ismailis, the order we know by the name that has echoed through centuries and entered dozens of languages, the Hashishin, the assassins. They were not the only killers in the medieval world, not the most numerous, perhaps not even the most successful, but they were the most feared, and that fear was their greatest weapon, more potent than any blade they carried. Because when your enemies know your reputation, when they understand that you are patient, that you are willing to die in the act of killing, that you will wait months or years for the perfect moment, when they know all this, they live in constant dread, and dread is a prison from which there is no escape. The Nizari Ismailis emerged from the complex religious and political landscape of the Islamic world in the late 11th century. They were a Shia sect, followers of a tradition that believed in the authority of imams descended from the Prophet Muhammad's son-in-law Ali. But they were surrounded by Sunni Muslim powers who considered their beliefs heretical, and by Crusader states who considered them enemies of Christendom. Trapped between hostile forces far more numerous and militarily powerful, they developed a strategy that turned weakness into strength. If they could not field large armies, they would employ individual agents to strike at the leadership of their enemies. Decapitation warfare, we might call it today. Remove the head, and the body loses direction. They established themselves in mountain fortresses throughout Persia and Syria, the most famous being Alamut in the mountains of northern Persia. Alamut was nearly impregnable, perched on a rocky outcrop accessible only by narrow paths that defenders could easily hold against vastly superior numbers. From these fortress bases, the Nizari leaders, particularly Hassani Sabba, who founded the order, sent out operatives to kill political and military leaders who threatened Nizari survival. These operatives became known as the Hashishin, possibly from the Arabic word for hashish, though the connection between the drug and the assassins is disputed and probably exaggerated by hostile sources who wanted to portray them as drug-crazed fanatics rather than calculated strategists. What made the Hashishin distinctive was not just that they killed people. Political murder was common enough in the medieval world, as we have thoroughly established. What made them distinctive was their method and their mindset. They did not strike from hiding and flee. They struck in public, in daylight, often in crowded places where witnesses could see, and they expected to die. Many of their assassinations were suicide missions where escape was not part of the plan. The assassin would strike, would be killed by guards or bystanders, and would die knowing they had completed their mission. We have already discussed the assassination of Conrad of Montferrat in 1192, but let us examine it again with focus on the Hashishin methodology. Two young men approach Conrad on a street in Tyre after he has dined with a bishop. They are not wearing cloaks, which makes them appear non-threatening. Who carries concealed weapons without concealment? They run at him with daggers, they stab him repeatedly. One is killed immediately, the other flees to a church claiming sanctuary, but is dragged out and killed anyway. The chronicler Ambroise, who recorded this event, notes the calculated nature of the attack. The assassin struck when Conrad was in good spirits, relaxed, unlikely to be maximally guarded. They had studied him, they knew his routines, they chose their moment. This level of planning and patience was characteristic of Hashishin operations. They would infiltrate enemy courts, sometimes spending months or even years establishing themselves as servants, merchants, or minor functionaries. They would learn the target's habits, map the security arrangements, identify vulnerabilities, and then, when the moment was right, they would strike. The fact that they often died in the attempt was not a failure, it was part of the plan. Their death eliminated the possibility that they would be captured and interrogated, that they would reveal information about the broader organization, that they would compromise future operations. Dead men tell no tales, and martyrdom for the cause was considered honorable, even desirable. The psychological impact of this approach cannot be overstated. Imagine being a medieval ruler and knowing that somewhere, possibly in your own court, there might be a Hashishin operative. This person has spent months or years winning your trust, performing duties faithfully, showing no signs of hostility. And then, one day, when you are distracted or relaxed or simply unlucky, they will strike. You cannot identify them by appearance. You cannot detect them by their behavior, not until the moment they act. The ultimate insider threat, patient beyond measure, willing to die to accomplish their mission. The Hashishin understood that their reputation multiplied their effectiveness. They did not need to kill every enemy, that would be impossible. They needed to kill enough enemies, in dramatic enough fashion, that all their enemies lived in fear, and they succeeded brilliantly at this psychological warfare. Medieval chroniclers, both Christian and Muslim, wrote about the Hashishin with a mixture of horror and fascination. Stories spread, often exaggerated, about their fanatical devotion, their exotic mountain fortresses, their mysterious leader who commanded absolute loyalty. Some stories claim that Hassani Saba maintained a secret garden of paradise where he would drug potential recruits and show them the pleasures awaiting martyrs. This is almost certainly legend rather than fact, but the fact that such stories were believed speaks to the mystique the Hashishin cultivated. This mystique was carefully maintained. The Hashishin did not explain themselves to outsiders. They did not issue manifestos justifying their killings in terms their enemies could understand. They remained enigmatic, mysterious, operating by a logic that seemed alien to those who did not share their beliefs. This incomprehensibility added to the fear. You cannot negotiate with someone whose motivations you do not understand. You cannot appease someone whose demands you do not know. You can only live in the knowledge that they might kill you, and there is nothing you can do to guarantee safety. Let me tell you about one assassination that demonstrates their remarkable boldness. In 1092, Nizam al-Mulk, the powerful vizier of the Seljuk Empire, was travelling with his entourage. He was one of the most important political figures in the Islamic world, a man whose administrative genius held together a vast empire. He was surrounded by guards, protected by soldiers, theoretically one of the safest people in the region. An assassin disguised as a Sufi mystic, a wandering holy man, approached his litter, claiming to have a petition. When he got close enough, he stabbed Nizam al-Mulk and killed him. The assassin was immediately cut down by guards, but the damage was done. The Seljuk Empire lost one of its key leaders, and the message was clear. No one is safe, no amount of protection guarantees survival. This particular assassination had enormous consequences. Nizam al-Mulk had been a stabilizing force, holding together a coalition of interests that began to fracture after his death. The Seljuk Empire entered a period of weakness and internal conflict that benefited the Nizari Ismailis by keeping their enemies divided. One assassination carried out by one man willing to die changed the political landscape of an entire region. This is why the Hashishin method was so effective. The return on investment was extraordinary. One dedicated operative could accomplish what an army could not. Now, I want to be clear about something. The Hashishin were not mindless fanatics. Medieval Christian sources sometimes portrayed them this way, as drug-addled cultists brainwashed by their leader. But modern scholarship presents a more nuanced picture. They were religious believers, yes, committed to their interpretation of Islam and to the survival of their community. But they were also rational political actors making calculated decisions about how to use limited resources against superior enemies. Their willingness to die was not irrational, it was strategic. Suicide attacks, as terrible as they are, can be militarily effective when conventional warfare is not possible. The Hashishin recognized this centuries before modern analysts would codify the concept. Their operations required extensive logistical support. Agents needed to be recruited, trained, deployed and maintained in the field for extended periods. This required safe houses, communication networks, financial resources, and local contacts who could provide information and assistance. The Hashishin were not lone wolves acting on impulse. They were part of a sophisticated organization with clear objectives and coordinated strategy. Hassani Saba and his successors at Alamut ran what we might today call an intelligence service, gathering information about potential targets, assessing threats to their community, and deploying assets where they would have maximum impact. The training of Hashishin operatives is not well documented. They did not leave training manuals for historians to find, but we can infer some of their methods from the nature of their operations. Operatives needed to be skilled with blades, obviously, capable of delivering fatal wounds quickly. They needed to be calm under pressure, able to approach a target without betraying nervousness. They needed language skills and cultural knowledge to blend into the courts and cities where they operated. They needed patience to spend months establishing cover identities. And they needed absolute commitment, the willingness to die when the moment came to strike. This combination of skills and mindset is rare, which suggests that recruitment and training were rigorous and selective. The Hashishin also demonstrated remarkable discipline in choosing targets. They did not kill randomly or indiscriminately. They killed specific individuals who threatened their community or who could be eliminated to strategic advantage. Nizam al-Mulk was targeted because he was organizing military campaigns against them. Conrad of Montferrat was killed because as the prospective king of Jerusalem, he represented the Christian military threat. Other targets included various Seljuk sultans, Abbasid caliphs, and regional governors who pursued anti-Nizari policies. The pattern is clear. These were political assassinations aimed at protecting and advancing Nizari interests, not religious violence for its own sake. This raises an uncomfortable question that medieval people also grappled with. Can assassination ever be justified? The Hashishin clearly believed it could, that killing one person to save many was morally defensible. Their enemies disagreed, viewing them as murderers and heretics. But the ethical debate is more complex than simple condemnation allows. If you are a small religious minority facing persecution and potential genocide, if your enemies are organizing armies to destroy you, is targeted killing of enemy leaders justified? Medieval Islamic scholars debated this. Some argued that the Hashishin were defending their community through the only means available. Others condemned them for violating Islamic prohibitions on murder and for bringing shame to the faith through their actions. The Crusaders who encountered the Hashishin also struggled with this ethical dimension. On one hand, Christians were supposed to condemn murder. On the other hand, the Crusaders themselves engaged in plenty of violence, including assassinations when convenient. There are even accounts of Crusader leaders negotiating with the Hashishin, trying to redirect their efforts toward mutual enemies. The moral lines were blurry, complicated by political expediency and the brutal realities of medieval warfare. The Hashishin order lasted until 1256, when the Mongol invasions swept through Persia. The Mongols, unlike the Seljuks or Crusaders, were not deterred by fear of assassination. They responded to resistance with overwhelming force and total destruction. When they besieged Alamut, they offered surrender terms. The last Nizari leader at Alamut, Rukn al-Din Khurshah, surrendered the fortress. The Mongols destroyed it anyway, systematically dismantling the fortifications and burning the famous library that had housed texts on philosophy, science, and theology. Rukn al-Din was taken as a prisoner to the Mongol court, then killed. The Syrian branch of the Hashishin survived somewhat longer, but eventually faded as a political and military force. But the legend survived. The name assassin entered European languages, carrying with it the mystique and fear that the Hashishin had cultivated. Centuries later, writers would use them as symbols of exotic Eastern mystery and danger. Marco Polo, whose travels took him near former Hashishin territories, repeated the legends about the secret garden of paradise, embellishing them further. The actual history of the Nizari Ismailis as a persecuted religious minority using assassination as a survival strategy was largely forgotten, replaced by lurid fantasies about drugged fanatics and mysterious old men of the mountain, commanding legions of killers. What fascinates me about the Hashishin is the way they turned vulnerability into power. They could not build armies. They could not hold territory against sustained assault. They could not win conventional wars. So they perfected unconventional warfare, using fear as a force multiplier, using patience as a weapon, using the willingness to die as a strategic asset. They were terrifying because they were committed in a way that their enemies could not match or fully comprehend. And that commitment, however we might judge it ethically, was undeniably effective for nearly 2 centuries. The medieval world produced many killers, as we have thoroughly established through these long hours exploring dark castles and bloodied halls. But the Hashishin were different because they made assassination into a system, a strategy, an identity. They were not opportunistic murderers or angry relatives or bribed servants. They were professionals, believers, operatives in a struggle they considered existential. And their professionalism, their organization, their ruthless effectiveness, these qualities set them apart and secured their place in history and in language itself. As we near the end of our journey through these medieval shadows, through these castles where trust was currency and betrayal was profit, through these courts where every smile might hide a threat and every meal might be your last, as we approach the final chapter of this exploration, it is time to step back and reflect. What have these stories taught us about power and vulnerability, about trust and paranoia, about the human capacity for violence and the fragile structures we build to contain it? In our final part, we will gather these lessons, these observations, these uncomfortable truths, and see what wisdom, if any, can be drawn from this catalogue of medieval murder. The candles are nearly burned down. The night grows late. But there is one more lesson to learn before we finally rest. So we have walked together through these castle halls, these shadowed corridors where power and paranoia dance their endless dance. We have seen walls built to protect that became prisons of fear. We have met guards sworn to defend who became assassins. We have watched families destroy themselves, physicians transform healing into murder, and elaborate security systems fail against a single determined killer. We have explored latrines and secret passages, poisoned cups and broken trust, the desperate investigations that rarely solved crimes and the justice that rarely punished the guilty. And through it all, one truth emerges with uncomfortable clarity. In the medieval world, power did not guarantee safety. In fact, the more power you held, the more danger you faced. Because power made you a target, and the castle walls that proclaimed your strength also advertised your vulnerability. Let us reflect on what these stories reveal about the human condition, because although these events happened centuries ago in a world vastly different from ours, the underlying dynamics remain disturbingly familiar. The medieval assassinations we have explored were not random acts of violence. They were responses to a fundamental problem. How do you remove someone from power when law and tradition protect them? In a society where kings ruled by divine right, where nobility held hereditary privilege, where social hierarchies were considered ordained by God, in such a society, challenging power directly was nearly impossible. So people found indirect methods: poison in wine, a dagger in the night, a brother's betrayal. These were the weapons of those who could not challenge power openly but could not accept it either. Think about the sheer variety of methods we have encountered. Poison, which democratized murder by allowing the weak to kill the strong, architectural exploitation, turning the fortress's own design against its inhabitants. Medical murder, using trust and vulnerability to facilitate killing. Family betrayal, weaponizing love and kinship. Professional assassination by groups like the Hashishin, who made killing into a craft and a cause. Each method reveals something about the barriers people faced and the ingenuity they employed to overcome those barriers. Medieval assassins were, in their dark way, problem solvers. They identified the protection surrounding their targets and found ways through or around them. But here is what strikes me most powerfully: the utter failure of deterrence. Medieval society tried everything to prevent assassination. Elaborate food testing rituals, multiple layers of guards, architectural defenses, severe punishments for those caught, and still people kept killing rulers. Why? Because the rewards were so high and the alternatives so limited. If you were a younger brother with a claim to the throne, your options were limited. Accept a subordinate position forever, or eliminate the obstacle in your path. If you were a persecuted religious minority like the Nizari Ismailis, your choices were submit to destruction or fight back through the only means available. If you were a noble with a grievance against the king, you could suffer in silence or remove the king. Given these calculations, many people chose violence despite the risks. This tells us something important about human behavior. People are quite good at rationalizing violence when they believe it serves their interests or their survival. The medieval assassins we have discussed rarely saw themselves as murderers. They saw themselves as patriots, as defenders of their family's honor, as religious warriors, as necessary agents of political change. Even brutal fratricides like Berdi killing his father, or Boleslaus killing Wenceslaus probably told themselves stories that made their actions seem justified. Humans are narrative creatures. We explain our actions to ourselves through stories, and those stories usually cast us as heroes, or at least as people doing what circumstances forced upon us. The victims of assassination also reveal something universal, the tension between the public and private self. A medieval king had to project strength, confidence, invulnerability. He could not appear afraid or paranoid without seeming weak. But privately, he knew he was vulnerable. He knew that the guard outside his door might be bribed, that his food might be poisoned, that his brother might be plotting. The psychological burden of maintaining the confident public persona while living with private terror must have been exhausting. And we see echoes of this today, do we not? The performance of confidence while harbouring doubt, the maintenance of facades while feeling vulnerable. The medieval experience in this sense was our experience, only amplified by the very real likelihood of violent death. The medieval solutions to assassination, the food tasters, the bodyguards, the locked doors, the tested bedding, all these measures reflect an understanding that perfect security is impossible. You can reduce risk, you can make assassination more difficult, but you cannot eliminate the possibility entirely, not without withdrawing completely from the world and thus making yourself powerless anyway. So medieval rulers lived with calculated risk, implementing what precautions they could, while accepting that ultimately their survival depended on luck, on the loyalty of imperfect humans, on the deterrent effect of threatened punishment that often failed to deter. And what about trust? This might be the most painful lesson from our medieval journey. Power requires trust. You must trust your guards to protect you. You must trust your servants to prepare your food. You must trust your family not to murder you for the throne. You must trust your physicians to heal rather than harm. But as we have seen again and again, that trust was often misplaced. The guard became the assassin. The servant was bribed. The brother chose ambition over kinship. The physician served your enemies. So how do you function in a world where trust is necessary but dangerous? The medieval answer was to distribute trust across many people so that no single betrayal could be fatal. Multiple food tasters so one bribed taster could not poison you. Multiple guards watching each other. Multiple family members so one traitorous sibling faced opposition from loyal siblings. It was trust through redundancy, through dilution, through creating systems where betrayal required conspiracy rather than individual action. This worked sometimes, often it did not, but it was the best solution available given the constraints. Let me ask you a question now as we near the end of our time together. Are we so different? We live in a world with police forces, security systems, background checks, surveillance cameras. We have moved beyond food tasters and castle guards, but do we trust these systems completely? When you lock your door at night, are you certain of safety? When you trust someone with your well-being, your finances, your reputation, how certain are you that trust will not be violated? The medieval world made these questions literal and immediate. Will the food kill me? Will the guard betray me? Will my brother murder me in the night? We ask softer versions of these questions, but they are fundamentally the same questions. Trust is always a gamble. Vulnerability is always real. Security is always incomplete. The castles we have explored tonight, Corfe and Windsor, Dover and Chateau Gaillard, most still stand after a fashion. They survived the medieval period, survived wars and sieges and the slow decay of centuries, but the people who lived in them, who feared and plotted and died within their walls, they are long gone. What remains are their stories, their strategies, their fears, and those things, the intangible human experiences, those reach across centuries to teach us about ourselves. Because while technology changes, while law evolves, while society transforms, the fundamental human dynamics, the desire for power, the fear of vulnerability, the capacity for betrayal, the necessity of trust, these remain constant. I want to leave you with one final thought as you drift towards sleep. The medieval assassinations we have explored were terrible, tragic, often senseless. Lives cut short, potential unfulfilled, families destroyed, but they were also human. Every killer, every victim, every bystander was a complete person with hopes and fears, with justifications and doubts, with the same emotional complexity you possess. It is easy to view them as historical figures, as characters in stories, but they were as real as you are. Their blood was as red, their fear was as sharp, their last thoughts as they died were as precious to them as your thoughts are to you. This realization that history is built from billions of individual human experiences, most forgotten, some preserved in fragments, a few recorded in detail, this realization should humble us. We are not separate from history, we are part of it. The stories we tell about the past shape how we understand the present, and the medieval assassinations we have examined tonight are part of our collective inheritance. Lessons written in blood about the nature of power, the fragility of trust, and the terrible things humans will do to each other when they believe survival or ambition demands it. But there is another inheritance too, the resilience of those who survived. Queen Joan, watching her husband murdered, Elizabeth Woodville losing her sons, the servants who tasted poison meant for others, the guards who stood watch knowing they might face professional assassins, the ordinary people who lived in the shadow of these great and terrible events and somehow continued living, loving, working, hoping. They remind us that even in the darkest periods, even when violence seems overwhelming and justice seems absent, human beings find ways to endure, to maintain dignity, to preserve what light they can. The medieval world was brutal, yes, but it was also the world that built the cathedrals, that preserved classical learning through dark ages, that created universities and hospitals, that wrote poetry and philosophy, that struggled imperfectly but genuinely toward justice and order. The same castles that witnessed assassinations also witnessed births and weddings, feasts and celebrations, moments of genuine joy and connection. History is not just the catalogue of violence we have explored tonight. It is also the quiet moments between the violence, the child learning to read, the couple growing old together, the friend keeping a promise. These things happen too, and they matter just as much. So as we close the doors on these medieval castles, as we leave behind the poisoned cups and bloodied staircases, the secret passages and the broken trust, let us remember both inheritances, the dark lessons about human capacity for violence, and the bright lessons about human capacity for endurance, for hope, for continuing forward despite everything. Both are true, both are real, both are part of who we are. Thank you for walking with me through these shadows. Thank you for listening to these difficult stories with patience and thought. I know these are not easy tales. They speak of betrayal and death, of cruelty and fear. But they are also stories of resilience, of ingenuity, of the stubborn human refusal to surrender to despair even in the face of terrible circumstances. The medieval world shaped our own in countless ways, and understanding it, even its darkest corners, helps us understand ourselves. As you rest now, as sleep finally claims you after this long journey through medieval darkness, I hope you will dream not of the murders we have explored, but of the morning light that followed, of the survivors who rebuilt, of the children born after the violence, of the slow, patient work of creating meaning and beauty in a world that often seemed determined to destroy both. The castles are still there, weathered but standing, and we are still here too, centuries later, still telling stories, still learning, still trying to do better than those who came before. Rest well. Let these stories settle into the deeper places of your mind where history and imagination meet. And know that there are always more stories waiting, more journeys to take, more shadows to explore and lessons to learn. The medieval world holds many more secrets, and when you are ready, we will explore them together. Until then, may your sleep be peaceful, your dreams gentle, and your rest undisturbed by the ghosts of medieval castles. Good night.